All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Palo Alto City Council meeting, February 26th, 2024. I'd like to call tonight's meeting in honor of the lives of the two young women who were taken from us far too early this past week. Our hearts break for them and their families. And before moving forward, I'd just like for us to be able to hold a brief moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. Let their memory be a blessing. And our first item on, and we'll have the clerk call the roll.
Yes, so Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Our first item is a closed session, a conference with the city attorney on existing litigation. The subject is Reinert versus the city of Palo Alto. Do we have any public comments?
No requests to speak and no hands are raised.
Great, thank you. Any motions to go into closed session?
So move. Second.
Call the vote.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The estimated time on the closed session is an hour. We're hoping that it will be shorter than that, though. So that is an estimate on the time. We may be done earlier, and we'll continue our business at that time. Thank you. All right, we are back from our closed session. I have no reportable action. And we will now move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We did have one correction to your agenda this evening. I'd like to call to your attention that is item number 11 was placed on this agenda in error. So that will be removed from your agenda this evening and rescheduled for as an action item, actually on March 18th. Lose track of my months here. So yes, it is on March 18th on your action agenda, and I'll cover that under my comments.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. We will now move to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have?
We have 3 groups of 8, and then we have 9 individual speakers.
All right, so that's a total of over 20 speakers. So we will limit each speaker to 1 minute. The groups, you said each group has 8 speakers. We'll limit each group to 8 minutes apiece. Before we begin, just to once again kind of go over some ground rules. Sure, we are all aware of expectations. First and most importantly, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. We strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in the room will not be tolerated. Second, the First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with it. If a speaker is saying something that you disagree with or you find troubling, you are welcome to excuse yourself from the room or until after the person has finished their comments. We will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is limited to your 1 minute of public comment. Please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. We ask that you do not clap or make any verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. Finally, we ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. And please respect each other and respect the forum that we have created here for people to share their perspectives. And I do want to give one warning. I know one of the presentations, there will be a slideshow and some video shown. The clerk has reviewed those and has told me that some of the images are troubling to watch. That include images of dead bodies, as well as injuries to children as well. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are that everyone is aware of that. And with that, we can begin. We'll start with our first group.
Our first speaker is Deborah Leese, M.
You brought up the video. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Before I play the video I created, I wanted to make sure Council understands a few important facts. First, the starving of a population of people intentionally is a verified act of genocide. Denying water to people and destroying drinking water systems is prohibited under the international humanitarian law. It's painfully clear that ethnic cleansing of Palestine has always been Israel's intent, as we watch their celebratory videos and property advertisements on social media. Now we see over 1 million people pushed into Rafah, starving and threatened with imminent ground invasion and massacre. It's important that Council knows my original request for a ceasefire resolution was a litmus test. I obviously know that ceasefire statement would not directly affect Palestine. It is a test to evaluate the principles of this Council, to see if Palo Alto, where my family has been for generations, was truly crushed by the tidal wave of entitlement, resulting in selective empathy during a global crisis of humanity. With over 50 countries currently testifying against Israel's crimes in the World Court and the recent UN Security Council vote, the US has affirmed our position as complicit in these crimes, where Israel has entered pariah state status. At this moment in history, it would be wise for Council to create a statement along the parameters of the ICJ preliminary ruling in the prevention of further genocidal acts. This includes the urgent need for aid, water, and medicine to reach the close to 2 million starving and wounded Palestinian civilians. There's absolutely no legal and ethical justification for genocide and ethnic cleansing, and the result of irreversible climate catastrophe is not the legacy I want to leave to my children, and I hope that is true to this council. Please start the video. Thank you.
What is happening in Gaza is televised. It is on all your TV screens to see, with the victims reporting on their destruction in real time. When the history books are written, when all is said and done, no one will be able to say they didn't know. No one will be able to say they didn't know. And something else which is there for all to see is which countries have taken a principled stance, a moral stance, a legal stance, and which have not. Which countries have engaged in good faith with our requests for open discussion on arms transfers and which have not. Which have stepped up to save lives and which sent weapons to destroy lives. Which countries tried to salvage international law and which sent the message that the law applies only when politically or economically convenient. And what the whole world is witnessing is that leadership is coming primarily from the global south, not from those who have refused to condemn Israel, who continue to describe Israel's actions as self-defense, who continue to provide diplomatic, political, or military support, those who are more offended by people calling out and trying to stop genocide than by genocide itself, who failed once again during this never again moment in history. Apparently no crime, no matter how grave, from ethnic cleansing to apartheid to settler colonialism to genocide, is enough for Israel's allies to say stop. When Israel made the allegations against UNRWA, the UN humanitarian aid agency providing life-saving aid to the starving population of Gaza, and before investigations into these allegations were even concluded, those states decided to suspend their aid to the whole organization. On the other hand, in decades of findings by UN experts, commissions of inquiry, fact-finding missions, international, Palestinian, and Israeli human rights organizations, that Israel is responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, apartheid, and now an unfolding genocide, those states have not engaged in a single re-evaluation of military aid and preferential trade agreements they give to Israel. The double standards are astounding. In the midst of these well-documented crimes by Israel, continuing to send weapons cannot be the result of a lack of knowledge. No, it is a deliberate choice, one made with full knowledge, a deliberate and conscious choice to send arms that will be used against Palestinians and contribute to the suffering of the Palestinian people, even as Israel's massacres continue in full view of the world. According to Amnesty International, states providing to Israel are, quote, violating their responsibility to prevent genocide and contributing to war crimes and crimes against humanity, unquote. So we need to ask ourselves why. Why are states that otherwise claim to champion international law, to champion the Arms Trade Treaty, willing to put themselves in a situation of criminal liability, of immorality, in a situation where double standards risk irreversibly eroding the credibility of international law and the international system built since the Second World War, in a situation where their reputation in the eyes of millions of people around the world has been severely damaged and is unlikely to ever recover. Indeed, demonstrations around the world make it very clear, while a small number of powerful states stand with Israel as it pummels Gaza, the overwhelming majority of states and world public opinion stand firmly with Palestine, with the law, with peace. So we ask again to those states who insist on sending arms, for what purpose, to what end? Is the answer apathy, indifference, a head in the sand continuation of business as usual? Is it profits? The desire to sell your weapons and make defense profits no matter the cost, legal, moral, or reputational? Is it political considerations? Or is it ideology emanating from a racist logic whereby different values are placed on different lives? People of the global south or of a certain color or nationality are seen as more disposable, less deserving of life, less worthy of empathy, outrage, and respect for the law. There is no diplomatic way of calling out racism, and it is time to call a spade a spade. To those states who have been and are still sending weapons despite the unfolding genocide taking place in Gaza, despite your knowledge of the facts and of the law, this is your moment of truth. Ask yourself, will you continue your arms trade with Israel, or will you finally recognize the damage that your complicity is doing, not only to countless innocent Palestinian civilians, but also to yourselves, to the credibility of the law, to international peace and security, and finally change course and act responsibly? We are here to say that it is not too late to save Palestine, nor is it too late to save yourselves from continued complicity. To conclude, it is not only a moral duty, but also a legal duty incumbent upon all states to impose a two-way arms embargo on transfers of military items to and from Israel. We are not asking you to be pro-Palestinian, simply to be pro-international law, the laws that you yourselves have elaborated, embraced, or committed to be pro-peace, pro-humanity. We do not want special treatment. We simply want you to stop giving Israel special treatment as though it were a state above the law. If instead you choose to continue sending weapons to Israel as it annihilates the Palestinian population of Gaza, then you do not get to ever pretend again that you support international law, care about human life, or have moral convictions that apply universally. I thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric S.
Good evening. I appreciate the forum you've given us. I'm Eric.
Hello.
I'm an 18-year resident of Palo Alto. I moved to Palo Alto from New York, and I wanted to start my talk tonight by hearkening back to a great Democratic senator from New York, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Among other things, Senator Moynihan was famous for saying, "Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, but they are not entitled to their own facts." In today's polarized world, basing arguments on slogans, slurs, and conspiracies, of which there are many, does not lead to outcomes that any reasonable participant would propose. This council has been asked to endorse a ceasefire. I thought I would take my 8 minutes and investigate just one of the many false accusations leveled at Israel in the course of the conflict against Hamas in Gaza that is used to justify that demand. Slide, please. Genocide, perhaps the most heinous of the fallacies with which Israel is accused, is so often heard that it feels like an accepted fact. In fact, it could not be further from the truth. Genocide, the term itself, was coined by a Polish Jew named Raphael Lemkin on the screen. In 1944, it was coined to describe the unimaginable horror that befell Europe's Jewish population in the Holocaust, including 49 members of Lemkin's own family. This led to genocide being adopted as an international crime in 1948 by the United Nations, which also defined genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Intent is the key word. Opponents of Israel today have weaponized this term in a twist of pure Orwellian logic to accuse Israel of a crime which the essence of the very state of Israel was founded to protect against. In fact, as we will see, Israel's enemy in this war, Hamas, has actually declared their genocidal intent openly and directly in their own charter and in many public statements. Israel cannot, would not, and has not conducted anything like genocide in Gaza. Next slide, please. In fact, British Commander Colonel Richard Kemp observed, "The IDF did more to safeguard the rights of civilians in a combat zone than any other army in the history of warfare." Here are some facts that refute any notion that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. From 1967 until today, the population of Gaza has actually grown by over 1 million. If this is genocide, then Israel has not demonstrated any capability of actually carrying it out. Next slide, please. And if we look at the current conflict itself, Israel has executed this war with every concern for civilian population. Humanitarian corridors, like you see on the top of the screen in the photo, have been created to evacuate civilians. Aid has poured into Gaza, thousands of tons. Hundreds of Israeli soldiers have died in booby-trapped homes, battles with Hamas terrorists, and other acts of war. None of that would happen if Israel did not care about minimizing civilian casualties. They would just carpet bomb. The fact is they care about Palestinian civilians and do what they can to minimize casualties. This is not the way to carry out a genocide. Sadly, it serves the interest of Hamas to use civilians as human shields and increase the number of civilian casualties. They use Israel's and the world's sensibilities as a weapon. This only serves to demonstrate Hamas's culpability for civilian casualties. And it's not Israel's, and it's not a policy of genocide from Israel. In fact, Hamas has had every opportunity to invest the billions of dollars they have received for their own people, but they choose to invest in tunnels and instruments of war. Next slide, please. You don't have to take my word for it. Take the word of Hamas itself. A member of the Hamas political bureau said, "The tunnels in Gaza were built to protect Hamas fighters, from which they are fighting, not civilians. Protecting Gaza civilians is the responsibility of the UN and Israel." Even the Palestinian Authority itself condemned what was said in the interview as being the language of absolute selfishness. And they further said, it's perfectly clear that this mistake, the mistake of giving the interview, has owners who are sticking with this mistake out of some hidden intent. The hidden intent is to maximize civilian casualties in service of their own interests. Next slide, please. If we just look at Hamas's own statements, it's clear which party is pursuing genocide. This statement to destroy Israel is from their own charter. Next slide, please. It also calls directly for the killing of Jews. This slide here calls for just that. If killing of Jews is not genocide, I don't know what is. Next slide, please. That statement is also from their charter. And finally, look at the statements from Hamas's leaders. I'll just read one in the upper right. Sinwar, who is the mastermind of October 7th, whose life was saved by Israeli doctors when he had brain cancer, said, "We'll take down the border with Israel and tear out their hearts from their bodies." This is what he put into action on October 7th. Next slide, please. Another leader of Hamas even said that October 7th would just be the first of many such actions, and they are prepared to repeat them until Israel is annihilated. These are public interviews that can be found easily online. Next slide, please. Lastly, even the International Court of Justice, which we just heard about, yes, the International Court of Justice, the principal judicial organ of the UN, no friend to the state of Israel, found there was no evidence that the war itself is creating genocide, and hence they did not recommend a ceasefire and did not issue an injunction to stop the war. Next slide, please. There is a concept called West-splaining, where those of us in the Western world explain away the types of horrific statements that I just read. We hear those words and can't really balance it with what we have been told or want to believe. Israel can't afford not to listen and believe Hamas when they say what they have said. We saw what the cost of that was on October 7th. Hopefully, I have shown that Israel has no intention of genocide. The civilian casualties are horrific, but the validity of genocide is not true, and all the other lies leveled at Israel similarly fall apart upon closer examination. There is no genocide occurring in Gaza. There has not been, and there will not be. The implication of listening to Hamas's own words and concluding that Israel is not carrying out a genocide in any sense of that word, and is what calls for ceasefires, however well-intentioned, are based on. These calls for ceasefires are based upon fallacies and a misconception of how to actually achieve a lasting peace for Palestinians and Israelis in the long term, something that all people should be able to agree upon, even those of us here in Palo Alto. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Allison R.
So I have a lot of slides. Yes, thank you. You got it? Okay, good. Thank you. I speak as a private citizen and as a resident of Palo Alto for over 18 years. I've always loved this community because of its respect for diversity and compassion, but in this fight over a ceasefire, I see a community torn apart. We all mourn the death and suffering of innocents. This war will end when all hostages are released and civilians are safe with the end of hostilities. Israel is trying to support Gazan civilians. You can go to this website for daily reports of medicine, next slide, food and fuel shipments and other humanitarian aid, next slide. So you can see here an up-to-date. Next slide. You can also see humanitarian pauses and humanitarian corridors. Active talks to negotiate a ceasefire are ongoing, and a proclamation from Palo Alto will have no impact on this process. There are some protests from hostage families because they're dying and being raped, tortured, and murdered in captivity, but this does not halt the overwhelming majority of supplies. Still, providing support in a war zone is difficult, and the Palestinians deserve peace. Next slide. Meanwhile, thank you. Meanwhile, we Jews feel betrayed by the propaganda and lies that demonize Israelis and incite Jew hatred in our community. This sign was from Stanford's Parents' Weekend that says, Israel is intentionally starving Gazans, which you see is a lie. One of the ceasefire resolutions in the Bay Area claimed Israelis harvest the organs of Palestinians. Next slide, please. Israel is accused of genocide. This is not true. The International Court of Justice does not determine it to be true. Unlike Hamas, there is no formal Israeli policy advocating killing or destroying anyone except terrorists like Hamas. In addition to the humanitarian efforts I described, Israel is making Herculean efforts to spare civilians as they fight, despite Hamas is doing everything it can to draw fire towards civilians. The Hamas Health Ministry numbers, if you trust them, are about 30,000 people lost, likely including about 10,000 Hamas terrorists. In contrast, the Israeli-Hamas war is another attempt at genocide of the Jews from the river to the sea, the entirety of Israel. Israelis have nowhere to go except to be murdered under this scenario. If Israel had not stopped the Hamas slaughter of 1,200 people in a single day, our dead would be about 170,000 at day 140, rather than the 30,000 statistic from the Palestinians. Hamas terrorists launch over 12,000 rockets at Israel, but Israel protects its people with shelters, unlike Hamas. Every country must defend its civilians, and Israel has no choice but to fight and destroy Hamas. If there's any question of the Hamas aim, just read their charter from 1988, which was amended but not abandoned in 2017. Eric discussed this well. Next slide, please. October 7th left no doubt about Hamas's commitment to the genocide of Israel. Shari Mendez from the Israeli forensic team described evidence of brutal torture, including genital mutilation, that was strikingly consistent across the bodies she examined. Cynthia Farahat, authority on the radical Islamic terrorist group, the Muslim Brotherhood, commented that these techniques were highly consistent with their practices. This parallel shows that torture, rape, and humiliation of Israelis was not merely due to random pent-up frustration, but was instead a ritualistic and deliberate intent to destroy them. That's what happened on October 7th. Next slide, please. Sam Harris warned that the Israeli-Hamas war is not just about Israel. It's just one of several fights against radical Islamic jihadi terrorist groups that use violence to conquer and convert infidels to radical Islam. To die a martyr is a goal. Jews are not the only targets. Other examples of these slaughters by jihadi groups include the Boko Haram attacks on the Christians in Nigeria, Jamaat al-Mujahideen attacks on Buddhists in Bangladesh, and the Janjaweed attacks on Christians in Sudan. Next slide. Mohab Hassan Youssef, son of one of the founders of Hamas, concurs, and his interviews are excellent. He said these fighters view killing as a form of worship. He believes that Palestinian children deserve to have normal lives and not to become martyrs. He also warned that Hamas will not stop at the Jews in Israel. Next slide. Did you, okay, one back, yes, thank you. Palestinians have their own personal refugee agency called the UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees. It runs schools, but recently has shown to be infiltrated by Hamas. In UNRWA classrooms, children count martyrs in math class, next slide, please, and hear about suicide bombings and decapitation. But next slide, please, but not peace treaties. They don't learn, next slide, please. They don't learn math and Arabic adequately to support academic aspirations. Next slide. Israeli soldiers were horrified to find child-sized suicide vests and, of course, munitions in every classroom. Next slide. Meanwhile, Hamas leaders are billionaires living in Qatar. Next slide. Gazans were given full control of Gaza in 2005, but Hamas took billions of dollars in aid received and spent it on a war machine with massive multi-million-dollar tunnels. I leave you with the courageous imam I told several of you about last time I was here. He told Hamas he didn't want to preach that his community should kill. He was arrested, and his son wrote an article talking about the horrors of living under Hamas. I handed out that article to several of you, and I hope you followed up. We mourn the death and suffering of innocents. For that reason, Hamas must be destroyed for everyone's sake in the Middle East. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
Hi, my name is Elan. I'm a longtime Palo Alto resident, and I'm a Jew, and I'm here to support a ceasefire. My Jewish values are why I'm here today. I'm here not in spite of being a Jew, but because I'm a Jew. This is not a war. This is not for the safety of Jews. This is genocide. People are crammed into a tiny, minuscule area and bombs are dropping. It doesn't matter about, oh, the leaflets, where are they supposed to go? Where are they supposed to go? We are bombing a captive population. People are starving. I don't know if your social media feeds look like mine, but every day I wake up and I see videos of parents clutching their dead children, screaming to God, when will this be over? We are not asking for very much.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Lori M.
There are a lot of public comments on what's happening in Israel and Gaza, but I'm going to share a story about Palo Alto that I shared with the Human Relations Commission last month. Since at least October of last year, there's been a staff-recommended book list on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the Palo Alto Library website. This list includes a Palestinian author who has publicly posted anti-Semitism, saying, "We will slaughter you, and you will say that what Hitler did to you was a joke. We will drink your blood and eat your skulls." My friend emailed the librarian, who replied, "Our goal is to provide the information and tools people need to be exposed to various viewpoints." I'm not for book banning, but is this a various viewpoint that's consistent with Palo Alto? When I checked tonight, the list and the author are still there. We talk about goals of belonging and inclusion. This does not make me feel like I belong or that I'm included. There's work to be done in Palo Alto, and all of you have the power to do it. Please find a way to vet what goes on the city website, and please find a way to bring us together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gertrude R. Gertrude R. On Zoom, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. All right. Moving to our next speaker, Talha B.
Thank you, Council. I want to bring to your attention the beautiful event that was hosted yesterday on the city steps of City Hall. We had over 300 members of the Palo Alto and Greater Palo Alto community come out in favor of humanity, in favor of justice, in favor of peace for all people. It was a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious event. People who were Jewish, Christian, Muslim, people of no faith, people as young as 1 year old and as old as 90 years old were there to enjoy each other's company. And that is what our movement is about. Peace in Palestine is not somehow equated to anti-Semitism. It's not somehow equated to racism. It is an anti-racist movement. This is not a Muslims versus Jews issue. This is a colonizers versus colonized people's issue. That is what this genocide is. Please do not mistake it and do not be taken off track by these racist calls and Islamophobic.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram J.
So ceasefire now. The rhetoric is increasing from the side of the Zionists. They have the bombs. They have the nuclear weapons that we supply. They have the Air Force, the Navy, the Army. Hamas can say whatever they want, but they don't have the ability to do anything that even looks like a genocide. The genocide that's occurring is occurring from the U.S. bombs, the airplanes, the weapons that we are supplying. We are so complicit. I do intend, as we move forward in the next few weeks, to talk about why the item about restricting signage in the council chambers should have been agendized. Why it is an absurdity to suggest that the city council signage should be limited based on something that occurred at a non-city council member. This is another example of kind of collective behavior where the Zionist community took an opportunity that they had to exploit and distort the signage issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ma'am.
Hi, there are people here who don't want Palestinians to exist. There are people here who are upset at Palestinians peacefully protesting at City Hall. There are people here who don't want to hear the word Palestine, sadly. They want full erasure while we watch the actual erasure, genocide, unfold on our phones. It's the type of sickness I could never have thought I would see here in Palo Alto as a longtime resident. Yesterday, there was a beautiful peaceful protest and a woman harassed peaceful protesters at a rally in solidarity for Palestine. These are the hate crimes you need to be concerned about that are against Palestinians, Muslims, and Arabs. As more and more people move to the right side of history and realize that you can't justify apartheid, you can't justify colonialism, you can't justify the brutalization of an entire group of people for over 75 years. You can't justify genocide. You can't justify dozens upon dozens of Israeli military leaders making genocidal statements. So what we're trying to seeing here is harassment and silence. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daphne. Daphne, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Great, thank you. We will now move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, I just wanted to congratulate Green Waste of Palo Alto and the Teamsters Local 350 for reaching agreement on a first ever contract. The employees had voted over a year ago to unionize, and it took a lot of persistence on both sides to get there. I had written a letter to Green Waste last summer to encourage the coming together of these parties, as had Senator Becker and Assemblymember Berman. The negotiations persisted and persisted, and finally a contract was ratified on Saturday, I'm very pleased to say. Our workers here in Palo Alto will now get the same compensation as surrounding cities, which is really important to our zero waste effort, which is really important to our sustainability goals in the city. So it all connects up, and I'm proud to say they reached agreement, and I want to congratulate the newest members of Teamsters Local 350.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to report that the Cubberley Ad Hoc Committee has had, I think, 3 or 4 meetings just in this new year, including 2 sessions, not including 2 sessions in two closed sessions with the full council. Just wanted to report that out as a matter of progress on this issue for the benefit of the public.
Thank you. Since I see no other lights, I'll add mine. On Thursday, the city of Palo Alto hosted the Green Transition Summit, which was a summit held with Sweden, the state of California, which united leaders from across the world and the country. We had the Crown Princess of Sweden and the Crown Prince of Sweden in town, who provided some remarks. The Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounalakis, was here as well. I attended along with council members Koo, Burt, and Lithcott-Hames, and it was a wonderful opportunity to be able to showcase Palo Alto and the work that we've been doing on the green transition and our own businesses, as well as learn from other countries as well as corporate leaders who are doing this important work around the world. So great honor for the city of Palo Alto to be able to host that event. And seeing no further lights, let's move on then to our consent calendar. First, we'll take public comment on the consent calendar. Oh, Councilmember Koo, I see your light on. Is that later? Okay. So let's take public comment on the consent calendar. These are items 2 through 12.
Our first speaker is Penny E.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, I'm Penny Elson. I'm speaking as an individual regarding consent calendar item 9, 2 contracts amounting to $1.9 million for a downtown housing master plan. With these contracts, North Palo Alto will get advanced stakeholder surveys, interviews, design charrettes, digital engagement, a developer roundtable, analysis and assessment of community infrastructure assets and services for increased population. They'll also get mobility and connectivity analysis with policy recommendations, architectural review, open space and landscape design standards and guidelines, assessment of opportunities and constraints, and CEQA analysis. This is in striking contrast to the $15,000 Cal Poly student-run San Antonio area process that is currently underway. I attended the second Cal Poly meeting yesterday. The work to date reflects students' inexperience and shallow knowledge of the area. Question: why did staff recommend master planning for downtown ahead of master planning for areas south of Oregon Expressway that are already rezoned for housing? The city knew that the San Antonio and El Camino development proposals were coming first. We need a professional master planning process for San Antonio right now, not in a year or 2. Several large projects have already been approved. Many more are moving forward in the pipeline. We are already behind. Substantive and irrevocable development approvals will be made before the master planning work can be completed to inform those decisions. Question: why was the MTC grant not written to request money for South Palo Alto areas that are already identified for the lion's share of housing development requirement? The money in these contracts for downtown is more than 100 times what is being spent on South Palo Alto, where the lion's share of housing development will go. Will the downtown master plan yield 100 times more housing than South Palo Alto upzoned areas? Please ask staff to clarify the target number of units that they expect this downtown housing master plan to yield toward the city's housing requirement. I could not find that information in their report. Thank you for considering my comments.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items.
Thank you. And we'll bring it back for motion, for a motion to move the consent calendar prior to taking any no votes or.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll take no votes or a motion or request to pull. Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to request to pull number 9, and if it's not pulled or I don't get support, then I'd like to register a no vote.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm a no on 5, 6, 7. I'm with Councilmember Koo on 9 as well, and 11.
Yeah, 11 is no longer on the agenda. Seeing no other lights, if the clerk can take the vote.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Certainly, thank you. I appreciate what the public speaker, Ms. Elson, had said about item number 9. I've also attended the community planning for South Palo Alto. At this point, there seems to be a hodgepodge, willy-nilly way of planning for South Palo Alto and its dense development with upzoning all along most parts of El Camino as well as San Antonio Road, but really no planning for some of the things that we really need. For example, 788 South San Antonio Road, it has no right-of-way set aside for parking. It doesn't have anything for bus stops. It doesn't have any ride-share stops or delivery or even connections to other sources of transportation or to other areas within town. And at this point, it just seems like there is professional planning that is conducted for downtown, but for South Palo Alto, I don't know if it's a good idea, but we seem to be a test case to help further land use and planning college courses. And I don't think that is a very good way of representing South Palo Alto. But also, We have 2 fire stations that does not have water. We need traffic enforcements, and yet we're not planning for parking and traffic enforcements, and to make sure that there are safe streets where there is sufficient mobility and circulation. I have a lot more to say, but this grant from MTC of 800,000, where the remainder, the city is going to be coming up with approximately 950 to $1,000,001, is going to be on mostly project management and coordination, community outreach and engagement, and we saw how that went with NVCAP. There's community assessment and policy development, downtown housing plan preparation, but where's the money for building, for construction, for prevailing wages, and for infrastructure? I think this is very unfair, is all I can say, and it is not planning. This is not community environment planning, land use planning. This is just building willy-nilly, and we don't do this. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So number 5. Okay, so this one here is the energy purchase agreement. And in this project, it's $185 per megawatt hour. But if you look at the cost for just the market rate for renewables, it's $90. So this is double, right? This is double what's in this on number 5, double the market rate. And if you look at the average price in 2022, it's from $30 to $60. So easily, it's like 2 to 3x higher than the normal rate for renewables. So not a good deal for our ratepayers. So I can't support that. On 6 is the public safety building. It's nearly $800,000 more. We've approved extension amendments. This is actually number 6, amendment number 6 on this public safety building, which, by the way, I also voted against. And I think we have to hold the line. It's how much money do you want to spend on this building? At some point, we have to say enough is enough. And this keeps going on and on. It's delayed, and it keeps costing us more. So not good, especially when we're running a deficit. On 7, so I don't understand why. So ironically, this study is to figure out the fees for what we should charge. So it's a development service fee study. But ironically, this fee is actually going up 70%. So it went from it's basically going up about exactly about 69%. So it's going up considerably. And so I could not, when I read this thing, I could not see why. I didn't see a good justification why we have to spend 70% more money to determine what our fees should be. I mean, if we couldn't figure out with the money we had, why would extra 70% more in fees help that? So it doesn't make sense to me. And then 9. So in general, I'm relatively pro-housing. So in general, I like the downtown housing plan and what we're trying to do here. But what I didn't like was the fact that we had 2 bids. This was on the high end of the bid. Plus, we went beyond that. We are running a deficit. I do think that the public speaker also had a good point about inequity with what's going on in South Palo Alto. So that's also kind of why I think this should have been pulled and this deserved more discussion. Thank you.
All right. That does it for our consent calendar. Moving on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Actually, before I go on with my regular comments, I would like to take the opportunity to ask our new Administrative Services Director and Chief Financial Officer to come up and introduce herself publicly to the Palo Alto community. So, Ms. Lai, could you come up to the podium?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you so much for appointing me tonight. It is a true honor. I just have to still myself for a moment. I'm really, really excited to support you in achieving your critical priorities for this community and ensuring we can finance the services that makes this community so exceptional. And so I wanted to first say thank you, and I'm super excited. This CFO role is critical, because it ensures the fiscal stewardship of our city resources. That's really important. And I want to tell you and this community, I will uphold your trust through integrity and ethics, ensure that we continue to implement best practices and sound policies, and importantly, distinguishing us as a community is being innovative in our short-term and long-term strategies. I have over 25 years of experience in the private sector in technology and also in audit, and in the last almost 20 years in municipal government and for public agencies. I've learned a tremendous amount that I look forward to adding here to this organization. But in brevity, I'll just say three things. One, I'm grateful for all the people that have helped me to be where I am today. I'm grateful for my family, my friends, and my colleagues, and especially the mentors that have given me the esteem and support. Two, public service is my calling. You'll get to know me more over time. I will just say that it is an honor to be a public servant, and it is a greater honor to be a public leader. And I say that wholeheartedly. Last but not least, I've learned in my years of experience, greater things happen when we work together. Together, each achieves more through creativity, innovation, through partnership and collaboration. So on that note, I will just say thank you. Thank you for your confidence. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm excited and look forward to what's ahead together.
Well, thank you very much. We're looking forward to working with you, and congratulations on your new role.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Lai. And also would like to take the moment to thank our Assistant City Manager, Kylie Noze, that can now be a full-time Assistant City Manager. So I know we all look forward to that. And thank you for your many years, in particular years spent in the dual roles. So with that, let's go to a few comments. Next slide, please. Really following the comments at the beginning of this meeting from Mayor Stone, want to acknowledge a difficult time that we have experienced through the community over the last week plus. And do want to note, first off, that Mayor Stone put in our newsletter last week a message of support for the community, and we appreciate that information as well as the message. Then it leads to some next steps in terms of ongoing programs that are available, in particular for teens in our Palo Alto community. A number of upcoming dates noted here with local therapists, as well as our teen center open with specific hours, and Alcove also providing specific hours for both youth and families. Next slide, please. Then more broadly, do want to note that our organization, the city, has been undertaking a series of mental health first aid training programs. This will dovetail with work that Palo Alto Unified School District is undertaking, as well as our partners at Project Safety Net and Momentum for Health, in expanding the availability of mental health first aid training and workshops through the community. So we expect to be able to announce additional dates that will be available, as well as a little more information about this program. And do want to note that for those that are interested in participating immediately, our library has scheduled specific dates for the first of a two-part sessions on mental health first aid on Saturday, March 9th. So if you look at our city homepage, as well as this shortcut, cityofpaloalto.org/mental health first aid training, that information on signing up for the workshops is available there. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to some upcoming community meetings and related events. First off, on the Caltrans State Route 82, also known as El Camino Real bike lane proposal. We have a community meeting scheduled this Thursday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Palo Alto High School, as well as a number of upcoming additional venues for review and discussion of this proposal with our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the City School Transportation Safety Committee the following Wednesday, and the joint session of the Planning and Transportation Commission, as well as our Human Relations Commission, again, the following Wednesday. Next slide, please. Then also upcoming planning effort, the council has had this on your last year's priority list and is continuing into this year, what has been called the Creek Corridor Protection or Riparian Corridor Protection Ordinance, that there's an upcoming community meeting to kick off the public engagement portion of this work on Tuesday, March 5th. And actually, we don't have location information on there. So follow up with that, as well as note that it's available on our city homepage, cityofpaloalto.org/Creek Corridor Ordinance. That's a mouthful. Next slide, please. Then finally, looking forward, and I do want to spend a little extra time here because we have some upcoming items of note here. Next week, on March 4th, we'll have a study session to talk about the proposed development plan for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, as well as a follow-up to a consent calendar item, Tower Well Parkland dedication, and then follow-up to another item that was pulled from consent related to Ellsworth Place, and then the first of two sessions on your council priority objectives. The council received and the public received or is available publicly last Thursday, the packet for March 4th. And so this will be the first council discussion of the actual or the individual objectives associated with the 4 priorities that the city council approved a few weeks ago. Then on March 4th, we'll have a second round of discussion. We're anticipating that the council may wish to discuss the priority objectives and committee work plans over 2 meetings. So again, first discussion of that next week, and then the following week, we also have planned on your agenda time for further discussion, as well as a referral or actually a recommendation from the Policy and Services Committee to form a Citizen Advisory Commission or committee on councilmember compensation. Again, that's on March 11th. Then March 18th, as was noted, we inadvertently had this on your agenda tonight, but the correct date is March 18th, and this will be scheduled as an action item for review of the tree ordinance updates. Then looking forward, April 1st, you'll have a study session on the Palo Alto Link shuttle service, and now coming up on 1 year of service to the Palo Alto community. Want to have staff report out on how that's going and seek feedback from council and community members. And then also, as noted, the Caltrans El Camino Real bike lane proposal, which we, as was just noted, have a series of community meetings upcoming prior to your scheduled April 1st consideration. Then on April 8th, we will have your next procedures and protocol handbook discussion. Then notably on April 15th is the new date for the housing element to be heard in joint session between the City Council and the Planning and Transportation Commission. This housing element update had been scheduled in March. Our staff have been consulting with staff from the State Housing and Community Development Department in order to preview the recommendations that will be presented to the City Council and the Planning and Transportation Commission. Now, we don't have any guarantee that that consultation will result in an approval, but staff believes that this significantly improves the likelihood of having approval by the HCD by having this consultation prior to the item being brought forward for City Council adoption or really readoption. So with that, I believe that completes my comments for you, and back to you, Mayor Stone.
Thank you, City Manager. And our next item is a break. Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Burt.
Yes. So I just had a follow-up question for the city manager, and I'll just note that I was considering supporting polling item 9 tonight, but when I did a preliminary review of next week's agenda and the item that the city manager spoke about on, which is item 8, which is the study session or preliminary review of council priority objectives. I note that it looks like one item is approval of a consultant contract for a specific plan for the San Antonio corridor. And so we haven't heard that previously, but that sounded reassuring enough to me that I opted not to poll item 9. But city manager, can you clarify for everybody who is concerned about making sure that that corridor has a strategic plan to it is assured by that?
Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember Burt, and my apologies for missing that. I had intended to cover that in my remarks. As Councilmember Burt pointed out, as a part of the item you will discuss next week, and the priorities including our housing for social and economic balance. One of the objectives there is exactly as Councilmember Burt pointed out, the approval of a consulting contract this calendar year in order to initiate a specific plan for the San Antonio corridor. So there are obviously a number of steps involved with that moving forward, but did want to ensure the council is aware of that the planning effort along San Antonio corridor has included the work being done by our team of students from San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, but is not limited to that. And there will be follow-up work coming both to the city council and with a full community engagement as next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we've come to our break. Let's take 5 minutes and then we'll move on to our first action item. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on a resolution confirming the county ordering weed nuisance abated. Does the staff have a short introduction?
Yes, we do, Mayor. So let me ask Fire Marshal Tamara Jasso to report for staff.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Jasso. I am the fire marshal, and we're here to have a hearing after council adopted a resolution declaring weeds a nuisance and scheduling this hearing to allow property owners listed on the county's 2024 commencement report to be heard and have their objections considered before council before you finalize that list. We have a contract with Santa Clara County to abate weeds within the city of Palo Alto. The purpose of the weed abatement program is to prevent fire hazards posed by vegetative overgrowth and the accumulation of combustible materials. Once council finalizes the commencement report, the county will be asked to proceed with the required work on the properties on that list. And Mo Kumre is here representing the county should there be any questions about the process. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. So the public hearing is now open. Are there any speakers?
Our first speaker is George Z.
Good evening, council member. I want to talk about the list, and my property was placed on list on the first time. Since I live in Palo Alto for 25 years, I always keep my front yard clean. That's why I don't aware this weed program. Nor I'm aware that when the deadline is enforced and when the inspection will come. So if I know that, I will prepare my lawn way before that. And last year, my family have a little bit of emergency. My mom fell and broke her legs. So therefore, she's in the in-out hospital. So I think this is my mom in Stanford Hospital. So we're kind of busy with other stuff. We didn't pay attention. And I did clean up this lawn, my lawn after inspection, but before I received the notice from the county. That I did talk to county admin, and he said if I want to be removed, I need to come to this meeting. My point is we are not aware when the inspection come and when the enforcement is started. I think in the ancient time, if a king wanted announce the law, he will put a post. He say, "I will get this enforced by certain day." But these are not. I'm not aware. So if I know where, I will definitely clean my lawn before the day. I did receive a similar notice from City of San Jose, and they clearly say we'll be in your neighborhood for the inspection from December 18 to December 22nd. But if we get this letter from the city, then definitely we will enforce that. So I kind of ask council kindly consider my situation, and maybe this is my first time on this program. If he can exempt me, and then next time I will always keep my property clean, because I was not aware like the deadline and the inspection you come. And I will submit my document to the secretary if you need it. Yeah.
Thank you. And can you provide your address to the clerk?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I provide.
Our next speaker is Jonathan B.
Hello, my name's Jonathan Brown. I object to the listing of my property at 415 Fernando Avenue, APN 132-39038. on the 2022 Weed Abatement Program Assessment Report. This property is in full compliance of all applicable laws and has been for at least 3 or more years. The property never should have been added to the list, but by the terms of the applicable code sections, it should be removed from the program now that 3 consecutive years have passed of voluntary compliance since the original notice of non-compliance in 2019. The weed abatement ordinance, as enforced in Palo Alto, serves no safety purpose because this property is not an unsafe fire hazard. And there should be a constructive dialogue, as Mr. Zhang alluded to mitigate any actual hazards before any notice is issued and enforcement action taken. The ordinance is unevenly enforced if you look around the neighborhood, and it's not a fair process. I seek removal of my property from this list, and I thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment and request to speak for action item 13.
Thank you. And has the city clerk received any written objections?
No, the city clerk's office has not received any written objections.
Thank you. So the public hearing is now closed. Let the record show that 2 persons appeared or filed objections against these weed abatement proceedings. Okay, and we'll move on then to the council discussion on it. So I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Koo?
I wanted to ask, how do we handle matters of when an owner is in a nursing home or not able to receive the notices? Is there a way that you go about contacting them in order to make sure the weeds are abated?
Well, unfortunately, we don't necessarily have access to all of that information. We do send a notice to every property owner of this proceeding, which includes contact information for my office. We do inform them to contact us, sometimes just when it's because they feel that they have plants and things that are protected or should not be cut, or other reasons why they can't make the deadline. The deadline in Palo Alto is April 30th and has been for as long as I've been here, which is just a short 18 years. So been doing it a little while. We attempt to address all of the properties that we find to be non-compliant. However, we don't go everywhere in the city unless we're asked to or have another property in that area to address. For the person who said that they've been on for 3 consecutive years, I will go through the records on that. If it is, it would come off, which is the proper process.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes, just to follow up to that. So starting with the second speaker first. So you say that you'll go back and check it, but by us acting tonight, are we acting upon that specific list of properties?
Well, the purpose of the hearing is so you can act on each of the contests, this gentleman and the one that was online, as individual items, whether to approve, remove, or to remove conditionally. You can say, you can give me conditions like, if it is 3 years, remove it, which we would anyway. But as a matter of record, you can do that. You can also suggest that because of what you believe to be possibly extenuating circumstances, the other property should be removed or not, or there should be conditions. Then that's the purpose of you guys hearing this.
Okay, that's very helpful because that conditional removal is something that I don't recall coming before us in the dozen years I've been doing this. So I think that would be helpful. Did we capture, or did the clerk capture the addresses that were requested so that we might be able to put that in an amendment for a conditional removal? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coop.
I just wanted to also confirm on attachment C, there are some times that are the deadlines. So January, February, this is the public hearing where property owners can appear and object about the
Yes.
properties. And then in June, that is, if there's an assessment, they can come to the hearing and object to the.
They'll have an
hea-
opportunity to object to the fees.
To the
Exactly.
fees, okay. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that so that the public knows. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, just following up on that for clarification. So, if at the time that the list is made, the weeds are, at nuisance status, but then are subsequently cleared, as was asserted by the first public speaker, before you get there, where does that leave us? Because I wouldn't think there'd be fees then for removal of things that are already removed. So how does it play out from there?
Well, there's a couple of questions here. Number one, their property was not already on the program, so they received an ad letter. They're not being charged anything at this point because they've not been through this process. What we're saying now is if the property were to stay on the program, we would then go and inspect to ensure that they comply. Every property that we inspect, because this is a full cost recovery program, every property that we inspect would have to pay an inspection fee. That fee is $96. If the properties are non-compliant, additional fees will be added, and should we abate, the cost of abatement plus administrative fees would also be added to the cost of their assessment.
So in an instance like this, like let's say that there was abatement in between, there would be the cost of the initial inspection and then the follow-up inspection, or just the follow-up after tonight?
Well, there's no cost for the initial inspection on that property because it was done before a hearing, before they've had a right to due process. If it stays on the program, we will inspect it and charge an inspection fee. No other fees would apply unless they fail to comply. If they're removed, there'll be no fees at all because you would have told me I don't have the right to do it.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other lights, Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, so I would like to move the staff recommendation along with an amendment that, and I may need support on the appropriate language, but it would be to refer the two addresses of the speakers that came before us tonight, and I think Clerk has those, to the county enforcement office for review and no enforcement action pending that review. Is that correct way to characterize it?
Well, I don't know why I would review if you made the decision there'd be no enforcement action.
No, it's a deferral of enforcement action.
Oh, okay.
Is it pending?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So I don't need to speak further to the motion, although I would just want to make sure we captured the intent here. I think we'll need to list those two addresses in the motion. Yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Vinker, would you like to speak to the motion?
I just slight clarification because I think I'm being slow. So I think based on the answer before that, were we to approve this motion, that then there would be the follow-up inspection fee, but the property would not go on the list, assuming the abatement has happened. Is that all of our?
That's right.
Okay.
So the review would include the follow-up inspection, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
I can answer that. The property that had, the second one, the one that was on Zoom, If he has 3 years of compliance, there will be no inspection. We'll remove him immediately because that is the county's policy.
Got it.
In the other property, after review and speaking with the property owner, we'll make a determination if we believe it should still be on the program or not. If we remove it, you'll be informed and no fees would be assessed, no inspection would take place.
Okay, so then by simply saying the review, that gives you the discretion in both of those cases?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other lights, the clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Lowing, or Vice Mayor Lowing, excuse me.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burton,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you. We will now move to action item 14, which is adoption of a resolution suspending enforcement of various municipal code sections requiring all electrical construction and direction to staff to commence work on local amendments to the California Energy Code, establishing a one margin standard. Does staff have a presentation?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'm Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. We have a multi-departmental effort on this item tonight with City Attorney's Office, Planning and Development Services, Utilities, and Public Works. Christine Tam from Utilities is going to make the presentation tonight. Christine?
Good evening. So I wanted to start off with the background of what staff is proposing for this evening. The state of California adopts the Title 24 building standards every 3 years. The current code cycle runs from January 2023 through December 2025. The cities can adopt local reach code, which is an overlay on the state's code, but has additional requirements on areas such as energy efficiency, water efficiency, electrification, and EV charging infrastructure. And since 2019, you can't hear me? Okay, thank you.
Switch your slides when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Since 2019, more than 70 US cities and states have adopted REACH code policies to support all electric new construction. In November 2022, Palo Alto City Council approved a set of REACH code that requires all electric design for new buildings and substantial remodels with no exceptions. And also, the installation of heat pump water heater is required when an existing water heater is replaced or a new water heater is added as part of a residential remodel project. The REACH code also prohibits new gas infrastructure for outdoor equipment. This REACH code has been enforced since January 2023. By comparison, the current state code continues to allow mixed-view new construction projects. However, because new heat pump systems are so efficient, it is easier to comply with the state code with an all-electric home. A mixed-view home will need a bigger solar system and a bigger battery storage to comply with the state code. The state code also requires electric readiness for new mixed-view building. This includes an electric circuit plus reserve capacity on the electric panel to support future electrification. Next slide, please. In August 2019, Berkeley adopted a local ordinance that prohibits gas piping in new buildings. In November 2019, the California Restaurant Association, or CRA, sued Berkeley for preempting the Federal Energy Policy and Conservation Act, also known as APCA. APCA was adopted by Council in 1975 that, among other programs, established the appliance and equipment standards overseen by the Department of Energy. As a national appliance standard, EPCA preempts state and local regulations concerning energy efficiency and energy use for covered products. The lawsuit was initially dismissed by the federal trial court, but through the appeal process, the Ninth Circuit issued a final decision on January 2nd this year, and that invalidated the Berkeley gas ban. Since the Ninth Circuit decision, Development Services have received over a dozen requests seeking clarification on Palo Alto's all-electric requirements. Next slide. Staff is currently aware that at least 7 cities have suspended enforcement of their all-electric reach codes. Cities can default to the state's building code, which has stringent energy efficiency requirements as well as carbon emissions requirements. There are a few cities that are looking into alternative reach code. The town of Los Altos Hills adopted just a few days ago a reach code that requires 0 NOx emissions for new buildings. That covers water heating, space heating, and clothes drying, with exceptions for indoor cooking and outdoor amenities. The cities of San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, and San Jose have adopted a one margin code to replace their all-electric reach code. The one margin code applies the same standard to both all-electric and mixed-fuel buildings to encourage lower energy use or lower carbon emissions compared to the state code. The California Energy Commission has introduced a new metric of source energy in the current code cycle to regulate carbon emissions in buildings. By adopting a one margin code that focuses on source energy as a performance metric, these cities are encouraging all electric new construction because heat pump equipment have lower source energy compared to the gas counterparts. Staff have 2 recommendations for council consideration tonight. First, we recommend suspending enforcement of Palo Alto's all-electric reach code. This would apply to pending and future development applications. And once enforcement is suspended, new construction would be subjected to the state's building code, which encourage all electric space and water heating in single-family homes and also space heating in non-residential buildings. Since most residents are requesting gas use for cooking, stoves, fireplaces, and outdoor barbecue pits, fire pits, instead of water and space heating, which accounts for over 80% of a home's greenhouse gas emissions, we expect that the suspension of the all-electric reach code should not result in significant increase in greenhouse gas emissions for new homes. Staff will provide educational materials to single-family residents as well as project applicants to encourage all-electric design. And second, staff recommends that council direct staff to pursue the one margin code as the replacement reach code for the current code cycle. Staff expects that this work will take around 6 months for council's adoption this fall. The prep work for this reach code, for the reach code for the next code cycle, which spans from 2026 to 2028, will begin early next year in 2025. So any replacement code for the current cycle will only be in effect through end of 2025. Staff will be evaluating other alternatives to the one margin code once we begin work for the next code cycle. And then also staff will return to council with a BAO if needed after evaluating resource needs. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Ms. Tam. And then Mayor and Council, we also have in chambers, Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director for Utilities, and George Hoyt, our building official. Online, we have our consultants from ID 360 who can help answer any technical questions about the one margin code.
Great, thank you. We have a good team in the house. Let's move to public comment on this item. And how many speakers do we have?
We have 7 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Larry Kay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I endorse your efforts to move forward on this sort of necessary, excuse me, necessary retreat from a very bad decision by the Ninth Circuit. I have two concerns that I want to express to you tonight. First, I hear the staff say 6 months. I hope that's really accurate, because I think we need to move forward in this area with all due speed. And I hope the council will make sure that staff does stay with that. It doesn't seem to me that this should be something that takes a great deal of time. 6 months seems to me to be excessive, but we can all live with that if we stay on 6 months and it doesn't become one of these long-term projects. Moving on, of course, I'm concerned that during this period, this interregnum, that there may be units that are built using gas appliances, which wouldn't have otherwise occurred. I hear staff say that they'll discourage that by providing promotional materials that show that electricity is really better, cheaper, and more environmentally sound. And I would hope that actually the budget amendment would have money in there for this to really do a good job on that, so that we can persuade people that electricity, all electric residents are really the better choice. And to do a good job on that, I think that there should be applicable funds available to do that. I would add that since we're moving to an era where there won't be gas connections, that staff, in conjunction with the city attorney's office, draft material to be provided to anybody who does want to have gas hookups that warn them that in the future that may not be that they may not be usable, that the city is considering doing away with any gas service, and so that the potential user should be aware that the money they're investing may not be a good investment at all. Sort of a legal document, a warning saying, be aware that this may not be a good choice by you. I think with those types of constraints, there will be few, if any, people who choose to have gas hookups. But I think we should know whether there are any. So I would hope also that staff will keep a record to be provided to the council and to the public as to how many applicants choose to have gas hookups, so that we can know what damage the Ninth Circuit decision has done to our environmental plans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Z.
All right. Good evening, City Council members. I hope you're doing well. I'm Julia Zeitlin, the Executive Director of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. And so I'm here today to urge you to enact the one margin code, the one margin standard as fast and as soon as possible. We can't afford to start constructing new buildings with weaker energy efficiency requirements. We can't tell residents of existing buildings to electrify and then have allow new gas hookups in new buildings. It's not sustainable, and it just doesn't make sense with our current climate goals. And that mixed messaging is very difficult. And so while the one margin standard is much better than no standard at all, it does not set the all electric precedent that we desperately need. Residents can still find ways to meet the efficiency standard of this code and construct a new gas line to allow them to have a gas stove, for example. And so I'm a high school student. I'm not a legal expert. I trust the city's legal team and the conclusions that they have drawn in that pausing our current reach code must be done. But the reality is, our time to make progress and our time to meet 80 by 30 is running out, and we're not really on track. That's the reality of it. And so this court ruling was definitely, and our response is definitely a setback to our climate goals. I think I see that, you see that, residents see that. We're disappointed and worried. Part of this is, yes, out of our hands, but our response is really what matters. How will we respond? Your hands as leaders are not tied. If you can't say, I did everything I could during my term to further climate action, then something went wrong along the way. And I think we really can't let fear and disappointment slow us down. We need to move quickly, and we definitely need to bounce back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily L.
Good evening. I'm Emily, and I'm here representing the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I first learned about climate change around 6 years ago during school, and I'm now old enough to fully accept that the world is changing rapidly in terrifying ways. I don't want children in the future to go home after learning about climate change and worry about their futures the same way I did. Protecting our future generations starts with people like you, people who have the power to take initiative and action in the here and now. I'm urging you to implement a one margin standard as soon as possible. Going backwards on our previous progress is dangerous. We can't afford to move slowly, to take lots of time to think and reassess. We need bold reach codes, and we need all new construction to be electric, not polluting. We understand adjustments must be made to avoid litigation, but that is not an excuse for you to allow weaker environmental protections. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avro S.
Good evening, City Council. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Avro Shah, and I'm a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. And I'm here today alongside two other PASC members to urge you to look to other standards. And like Julia said, I'm not a legal expert, but we need to take climate action, and we can't be sending these mixed messages to our residents. It is my understanding that we can't just set aside these one margin reach codes, as I've heard it, that regulate based on emissions, but we can do it based on electrical efficiency. So I urge that we don't send these mixed messages to our residents, and we allow this expansion of electric instead of gas infrastructure to our community. It just does not make sense to be going big on electric and then suddenly stopping, slowing down, and just reversing. We have, I think, 6,000 new housing units in the next 7 years coming on. And if we're going to make these not electric or not all electric, we're going to be moving backwards, and we're going to be going against progress. And we just can't afford to be doing this. We have to do more, and we can start by, even if it is inevitable that we have to remove these, we can do something else, and we have to act fast so that our residents aren't confused and our residents aren't seeing that, wait, so we can get gas or we can get electric. So, I mean, I might not sound like I have a big idea of what this is as I'm speaking right now. I'm sounding pretty confused, sure. But I do know that we have to do a lot, and we can't be affording to move backwards. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Hello, I'm Amy Ashton. I'm Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward, and I am very proud to live in a city and work for an organization that reflect my personal values with regard to the environment. Thank you, Council, for supporting all of this work, because climate change is casting a scary shadow over all of us. Palo Alto Forward is proud to stand with the Student Climate Coalition and 350 SV. We agree with the 5 measures suggested in their letter. Even if a one margin code is adopted, we already know other actions will need to be identified to meet our 80 by 30 goal. We cannot get there without significant VMT reductions. For example, the SCAP calls for increasing active transportation and transit from 19% to 40% of trips, something we cannot do without significantly increasing density in air transit and infrastructure to support biking and walking. In conclusion, I really hope this is the start of a conversation around implementation of additional SCAP policies needed to reach our aggressive goals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine W.
Hi, my name is Christine Wade. I'm an attorney with SSL Law Firm in San Francisco. I represent a number of Palo Alto homeowners, including the owner of 1325 Parkinson, on whose behalf I submitted a comment letter earlier, or I guess last week. The purpose of my comment is simply to make clear that from a legal perspective, I don't believe that you have any choice but to suspend enforcement of the all-electric ordinance, given the decision in the Berkeley case and the similarities between the Berkeley ordinance and the Palo Alto ordinance. I also would like to specifically support staff's position in the staff report that the suspension should apply to pending applications and previously approved applications or previously approved building permits that are not, where the work is not yet completed, especially with the homeowner seeking only to have a gas stove or an outdoor fire pit rather than an all gas home system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kat S.
Hi, my name is Kat Snyder, and I am speaking as a member of 350 SV Palo Alto tonight. Our organization understands the need to change Palo Alto's all-electric reach code in light of the Berkeley ruling, but we don't need to allow things beyond the scope of the Berkeley ruling. For example, the staff report notes that, quote, most inquiries about constructing a mixed fuel home relate to gas-fueled stoves, barbecue grills, outdoor fire pits, and fireplaces, unquote. None of the previously listed outdoor appliances are considered quote unquote covered appliances under EPCA, which is what the Berkeley ruling relies on. Secondly, the Berkeley ruling says, quote, our holding here has nothing to say about a state or local government regulation of a utility's distribution of natural gas to premises where covered products might be used. We only decide that EPCA's preemptive scope applies to building codes that regulate the gas usage of covered appliances on premises where gas is otherwise available, unquote. I would like to emphasize the phrase premises where gas is otherwise available, because we as our own gas utility have the option to make it available or not outside of this Berkeley ruling. For example, we can refuse to make new gas lines available to ADUs. It just may be that we cannot specifically use building code to enforce this. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item 14.
Wonderful, thank you. We will bring it back to council to do a round of questions. Councilmember.
Guess my knee did that, but I'll go ahead. First, I wanted to talk about or ask about the timing that it's going to take for us to implement the one margin program. So the report noted a number of cities that have already adopted the one margin, if I understand it correctly. And so I want to understand why they're further along in this adoption than we are, and what are the steps we have to take. Is our program substantially different from theirs, even though it's under the same kind of framework? Is that what makes it so that we can't largely replicate what they've already done, or are there other reasons?
So I'll go ahead and take a first cut at that. And I think there's probably multiple perspectives on that. I do think that the first thing that strikes me on that is we have a number of electrification initiatives underway in the different departments. And I think our focus has been on trying to advance those. And, you know, I think, you know, perhaps we were also expecting that perhaps the appeals court would take up the issue. And so there was, you know, a thought, and, you know, perhaps the idea would have been, you know, it would have been great if we were able to be more proactive and tackle these issues the way that some jurisdictions pivoted after the initial decision. But again, we have a pretty full plate, and so
But just because of my time, so I appreciate that I think we rightly did not expect that the appeals court would have the ruling that they did. But what keeps us from being able to largely adopt what the other cities have already done on the one margin? Is what we're going to do distinct enough from what they've done that it requires us to have unique work?
I think Mr. Ebenstein is prepared to respond to that.
My understanding, and I'll ask Christine to correct me if I'm wrong, but is that there are model codes out there, and we can draw on the work that's been done at other cities. And so, we're going to move on this as quickly as we possibly can. We're giving an estimate of how long it's going to take, but I don't think we know, with certainty that it will be a certain number of months. We're going to move as quickly as we can based on what we hear from what's available to us from other cities and model codes.
And I'll jump in. In addition to demonstrating that any model energy code that the city adopts has to be cost effective, and there are studies that have already been done that covers Palo Alto using Palo Alto's utility rates. So we can look at some of these existing studies to make sure that we meet the cost effectiveness criteria. In the past, when the city adopts REACH code, we also go out to the community to get stakeholder feedback. So in the past, we hold, like in the last code cycle, we went out to the Green Building Advisory Committee. We went out and we also held 2 public meetings to get feedback from the community on the proposed REACH code. So we plan to conduct similar type of outreach to get feedback from the community on the one model code.
Well, and Ms. Tam or Mr. Ebenstein, could you speak to the approval process ahead?
So once City Council adopts the code after the second reading, the code needs to go, like staff will be submitting the approved code to the California Energy Commission, and they have a 60-day public comment period. Usually there's no objections, but still that is like a procedural step. And then after the 60-day comment period, the CEC will schedule it for the closest business meeting at the CEC, and the CEC would adopt the city's REACH code, and then it needs to be sent to the Building Standards Commission for filing, which is just a procedural thing. But at a minimum,
right, I read that in the staff report, and so we have 2 main milestones. One is us adopting the statute, and then the second is getting basically the state approval. And so you spoke about the outreach that we've traditionally done, but I think we have a greater sense of urgency to replace what was an existing statute. And so I really want to understand how rapidly we could go through this. What I am encouraged by is what I understood you to be saying, which is that ours, we're not having to write a custom one margin. It's really an already established code. So how quickly could we actually get this back to the council so that we could get it to the state and get that approved?
So appreciate the question and understand the urgency. I think staff shares that same goal of returning to the council as quickly as possible. At the time we wrote our report, our best guess was 6 months, and we said that so that we can have an expectation and state a timeline and achieve that goal. So after we get council direction tonight, we can certainly go back and we can take a look at where we can tighten it, but we didn't want to overcommit to a timeline.
Great, thank you. Well, it's past my time, but I just want to say I'd like to have another go round. We haven't had an opportunity to have either a board or commission review of this or any other council body on important policy
Yep, this is just the first round. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. This really pains me to do this. I agree that we have little choice, but I have to say, as someone who's practiced in the federal courts for more than 30 years, to see the district court dismiss it and then the Ninth Circuit do what it did was on what I think is very poor reasoning is just really disappointing. So I regret that not only we, but all the cities within the jurisdiction of the Ninth Circuit are facing this problem. That said, I want to thank staff for coming forward with an alternative to quickly get us in as good a shape as we can be. From what I know so far about the One Margin program, I'm supportive. I'm eager to learn more as this progresses, because we haven't had a chance to really do a deep dive into it. My questions were much like Councilmember Burt's about timing. So most of that has been answered. You know, I'm a +1, as we all are, to the urgency and the need for speed here. But I did have one question, because I'm having a little trouble seeing how the timelines line up. Because at one point in the staff report, it talks about, and I know you're going to go back and look and think about how to expedite, but it talks about coming back to council in the fall, and then it talks about 4 to 5 months for the review processes with the CEC, et cetera, the 60-day wait, da, da, da. But I believe the moratorium is through December 31st of this year. So if you're coming in the fall and then there's another 4 or 5, is it designed to be a handshake there at the end? It seems like we might not be done with this by the time the moratorium ends. So can you just address the timing a little further from what was said before?
Yeah, sorry, and I'll have to look at those numbers in the staff report, but it is our intent to be done, have the One Margin ordinance adopted before the end of the year, before the expiration date of the moratorium. I think we're hearing pretty clearly that this is a council priority to move this along quickly, so I wouldn't expect that we would have a problem achieving that goal, including the timelines to get the state approvals. That said, if we are running long, or the state has questions, or there's some external, if there's something that we need to consider that we're not anticipating now, we could always come back to the council with an extension if needed. Ms. Stump, anything else to add to that?
Agree. We expect to be finished. If we're not, we'd come back to extend the moratorium.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I completely understand that we don't know things, whether or not things might go sideways with the CEC for whatever reason. But I was thinking that if it's 4 to 5 months expected with that means we may need to do this before our break. Because I mean, once you hit August and 4 to 5 months, you're at the end of the year. So I just wanted to point that out. And I don't know if that's possible, but if it were, I think that increases our odds. We get done by December if nothing goes sideways. So, that's all I have for this round. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to riff off the comments of Councilmember Burt and Vinker, and also just express appreciation for the members of the public who commented so thoughtfully on this, including our former mayor and the 3 students from the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I think what I want to ask is, if we adopted an emergency mentality, what could we achieve? It sounds like it is potentially possible to compress these timelines. It sounds like there are other cities that have done this and we could draw upon them. Ideally, we want to come up with our own reach code, but if someone else has done the work, I really want to hone in on this question of, if we all agreed that it is really problematic to backtrack on this, the Ninth Circuit has done the climate no favors, but Palo Alto wants to come up with, a smart solution. How quickly could we act? Would we take San Luis Obispo, San Jose, and Santa Cruz into account? That's one part of my question. The other part is, what's the legal exposure? When did the Ninth Circuit decision go into effect? How long have we essentially then been out of compliance with it? What do we think is the legal risk we take on if we were not to approve the moratorium tonight and keep going as we try to merge these timelines of moratorium and reach code? So 2 different questions, please.
I'll handle the second one at the appropriate time.
Okay, I'll take the first one. And I think the main effect on time, because there are those existing models out there that we can follow, we do need to look at the feasibility study and just make sure that it works for Palo Alto. So there's a little bit of work that we need to do. But the real key is the community engagement strategy. And if we're hearing from the city council that we've kind of gone through that engagement effort, and you would like us to prepare the work and come straight back to city council, that will allow us to return to you before your summer recess.
So what you're saying is if we were to say enough community conversation has occurred around this concept generally, and we don't think a community engagement session is needed regarding this tweak or this fix, you could bring it back to us before the break?
Yes.
Okay, great. And to the second question.
So the Ninth Circuit, substance of the Ninth Circuit ruling became applicable to all jurisdictions within the Ninth Circuit, ironically, except the city of Berkeley in April of 2023.
Right. So we're 10 months past that point.
Yes.
So okay, no further questions.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I really appreciate the staff's research on this and coming back with a viable alternative, the kind of the best that we can do, we think. So really appreciate that. I don't think we should be trying to argue against the Ninth Circuit appeal. I think we're sort of stuck with that and we need to move on with an alternative. But, you know, we just have to look upon this as a speed bump on the way to continuing to get to our climate goals. And I really mean it that way. And so we have to continue to look at it as a speed bump and just keep implementing programs that are going to accelerate the transition as we now have to suspend these requirements for all electric. And I think our first step is to lay out to developers and even homeowners the economic and climate benefits of all electric in new construction and remodeled homes. And underscore, as Mr. Klein said, the city's commitment to be all electric. That's not changing. So to the extent that we can get reasonable cooperation, maybe we don't lose much from this little speed bump. We're already taking a lot of actions right now that I just want to point out that are continuing. You know, our utilities department with Utilities Commission input is looking at about a $300 million projected investment to get our utilities infrastructure in place, which is essential. And we just approved a feasibility study a couple months ago for investigation of, you know, a detailed way to figure out what incentives are needed to get people to all electric, and particularly with respect to lower income people who must have financial incentives to make this happen. So that's going on in parallel. So there's a lot of stuff that is not going to be interrupted by this, and we still have very good momentum on our climate change. I fully concur with Councilmember Burt's idea to just recognize the fact that the public is all behind this already. And there's already been comment on that. There will be comment when it comes back to council. So I'm completely in agreement that it comes back to us literally ASAP. And the only other question about the staff requirements, which I know after this meeting you're going to adjust, but it talked about like 1.3 to 1.5 FTE for about 8 months. Hopefully that can go down. And as always, I want to ask if that person is already on board. Because if we have to wait to hire somebody to do this or find the consultant, I know that both of those are constrained resources. So are we thinking this is going to be in-house and something else is going to have to get pushed?
we're actually Jonathan Aubenshine, Assistant Director Utilities. We're actually fortunate to have both a consultant on board and then a retiree who should be able to help us with the in-house work that needs to be done as well. There will almost certainly be some resource requests because this will pull from this may pull from resources that would otherwise have been spent elsewhere.
Right.
And there may be some modest impacts to ongoing climate action plan work, but we think we can keep most things going in parallel.
That's a very good answer. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Coop.
Along the same line, so thank you for the report. Along the same line, so the electrification, grid modernization and expansion is going to continue moving forward, correct? I see head nods.
That is right.
Okay, that's reassuring. And then I wanted to ask, through the mayor to Councilmember Vinker with regards to Bay Area air quality. I remember you reporting out that gas-powered appliances is going to be outlawed. I might have it wrong, but correct me, outlawed by a certain year. So how does this, has it come up at your board yet? Will it have any effect?
So what the Air District did was it adopted appliance regulations that prevent point of sale purchase of new NOx emitting appliances. Currently, there aren't any NOx emitting appliances on the market that are not gas. So but we're differently situated than the cities with respect to the REACH codes. So, one can always file whatever lawsuit one wants, but we're differently situated enough that at present, our regulations are still in full effect.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. I think the Vice Mayor asked my question about the employee 1.5 FTE. Oh, it looks like we're also going to be offering for folks who had already has all electrification at their property. Now, are we offering for them to install gas as well as to commercial buildings? So that's quite big.
Yeah, I don't know that we're offering, but
not offering.
with the adoption of the moratorium, applicants who are either under construction or seeking a permit would be able to adjust or modify that application to go to natural gas.
So basically, the public, whoever has had work done already, they have the option to come back in and say now they want the gas pipe installed and so forth.
With the adoption of the moratorium, yes.
Okay. And that is going to be fee-based or?
Yeah, there would be a revision to a permit and we have fees for collecting that.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other new lights, I'll ask a couple of questions. And mine follow up on this kind of timeline issue. So the timeline for this one margin code already seems quite lengthy when we're already talking about around a year to implement. What other potential options identified in the staff report, like the all electric preferred or tying emissions to local air quality standards, does staff believe that that would take even longer to implement?
The all-electric preferred code, which is what Palo Alto adopted in the 2016 cycle, it actually adopts, it allows all-electric new construction without any additional efficiency requirements while at the same time imposing additional efficiency requirements on mixed-view buildings. So it sets two standards, like the double standards. And by comparison, the one margin code adopts one standard for all new buildings, regardless of whether they're all electric or mixed use. So it's has lower legal risk compared to the all electric preferred. And similarly with the NOx, the zero NOx policy adopted by Los Altos Hills, it's really kind of a uncharted territory. So I think I'll look to legal to point out the potential risk if we want to go that route. Nobody else has done anything like that.
Well, I think it's a series of trade-offs to consider as well. If we want to take that path, it's going to take a while to develop it. And then if it is more legally risky, then we're going to spending time potentially defending that. And if so, does staff feel that the one margin is the kind of superior alternative that we have presented before us tonight? Of those other options, seems like it.
Yes, it's definitely the easiest, quickest way to adopt a reach code, a replacement reach code for Palo Alto.
Okay.
We also believe that it carries the least risk.
Great, thank you. I heard the argument from some members of the community who argue that the Ninth Circuit decision, I think this will be for you, Molly, only considered all electric requirements in buildings and not outdoor appliances. Have we considered whether our all electrification requirements for outdoors was considered in the court's decision, or is that precluded under federal law too?
So I read some comments, let's see if this answers your question, suggesting, and I think one of the speakers said today also, that outdoor appliances are not covered. I think that statement is overbroad. The issue is whether the appliances in question are regulated by the EPCA, the federal statute. And it's my understanding, although I'm not an expert of the hundreds of appliances that are covered there, it's my understanding some outdoor equipment is covered. And so that would be swept within the reasoning of the Berkeley ruling. If there are outdoor appliances that are not covered by EPCA, the city would be able to regulate gas to those appliances without being preempted by EPCA.
And would that be, thank you for that, would that be part of kind of staff's work as we move forward with if we move forward with the one margin plan or any of these alternatives, would that be included in staff's work? Would require staff council direction to explore those opportunities?
I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze on that. I think what you might end up with is kind of a Frankenstein monster of regulation where you're trying to carve out a little piece to ban that doesn't really get you very far. So I think it would make sense for us to do some more staff work on what is the universe of non-EPCA covered appliances.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I completely agree. If it's not worth it, I mean, I think staff is already going to be quite burdened with this task, especially on the timeline that all of council seems to hope to achieve. So, thank you. And there was, so I completely buy staff's argument of the need to move quickly just to be able to, in order to kind of effectuate the one margin standard, given the likelihood that what we pass now will only be in effect for a little over a year due to the state's work on the code cycle. But does that mean, I guess trying to like read between the lines of the staff report, that staff believes that the state will alter the code significantly in the next cycle where the one margin might no longer be allowed? I didn't quite understand why if we pass the one margin, then that might only be in effect for a year.
So because the state building code gets updated every 3 years, any local reach code that gets adopted will be refreshed, so to speak, every 3 years. So unless you, for the new code cycle, each local jurisdictions will need to adopt reach code that overlays on that state code. So we can't just continue the current one margin code for the next code cycle.
Okay, so we just have to refresh it, but we don't anticipate the state no longer allowing for the one margin.
I'm not familiar with what the CEC has proposed for the coming co-cycle in terms of the requirements, but like in definitely the CEC has been increasing efficiency requirements and now also increasing the carbon emissions requirements on new construction projects over the last 4 or 5 co-cycles. So I expect that the CEC will be making the new co-cycle even more stringent.
Okay. Thank you for that analysis. All right, we'll do another round then and start back with Councilmember Burt.
Mayor, if I can just.
Yes, please.
So just in the course of the deliberation here and the questions, staff has had a chance to engage a little bit more on the timeline. And I will note there's a little bit of anxiety in my assertion to be back before your spring break or your summer break. So there's a couple of things that we're trying to manage here. One is if we recognize that this is a priority and that you want to move it forward, and we want to do everything we can to help achieve that goal. And there is work to be done. And there's importantly other work that we're doing as well. So I wanted to just spend a moment to share with you some of the impacts that if you want us to pivot and go all in on trying to get this to you before the summer break, what does that mean in terms of our other workload and efforts that we're pursuing that we may have to slow down or put on pause while we do this. So I'll speak from the Planning and Development Services Department, and then Mr. Abendschein will speak from the utilities side. And I would invite Dean Batchelor, who's also online, to share any perspective that he might have. So for Planning and Development Services, we've had this ongoing effort to try to upgrade our seismic safety ordinance for many years now. And this is one of these projects that just keeps getting pushed down the road. We're prepared to release a request for proposals. We would probably suspend that until we had the staff resources to help work on that project to move it forward. We could release the RFP, but we wouldn't be able to respond to it as well because we have the same staff that's working on this that would also be working on the seismic ordinance. That's the one impact from PDS. From utilities, Mr. Abendschein, can you speak to what you would anticipate areas that might be impacted?
Yes. So I'd anticipated, I talked about a retiree. That retiree is also helping with the SCAP funding study that you folks approved. Thank you. And if we need to devote all of that person's time in the next few months to focus on this code, that means we're going to have to overhaul the timeline for that funding study as well. The primary thing that we're probably going to have to delay is understanding better what sorts of electrification opportunities there are for multifamily and non-residential buildings, because that's the main focus. That's her main focus. I think the rest of the study ought to be able to proceed, but there will be a big gap that needs to be filled, and we won't be able to bring the final results as early as I think we've been planning to. The other potential impact, and I think we may be able to prevent these impacts, but I'm not 100% sure, could be to our, we might be a little bit slower rolling out some features that we're trying to roll out for our heat pump water heater program and whole home electrification. Again, just based on the skills of the staff members who are focused on these issues.
Well, while you're still there, I want to follow up on this last discussion first, because when I asked earlier on what would be involved with moving this forward, what was cited was the outreach. And I was ready to speak to that about truncating the outreach. If basically what the one margin code is less restrictive on development than our current standard, it seems that the outreach doesn't really need to be so significant. And I had, based on the earlier staff response, then assume that as well as the staff response to my question about, is this one margin something that we have to customize, or are we going to largely replicate what other cities have done? My understanding of the answer to that was that it's largely what other cities have done. So now I'm hearing that it's going to have, even without the outreach, even with largely replicating what other cities have done, it's going to have this significant staff impact. And we're hearing the conclusion, but not an explanation of what is involved other than the outreach and the replicating of a code that is largely what other cities have done. What else is there that's going to take these months?
So I'll try to speak to that, and please fill in the gaps if I'm missing anything. I think we know that these codes are out there. We know that these studies are out there, but we have not done an exhaustive review of these studies. We've not done an exhaustive review of these codes. We don't know what conflicts we may run into with, with Palo Alto's, community structure. And so it may be that we find that these codes and these studies are 100% portable, but we may find that they're 80% portable or 70% portable, and that last 20 or 30% can take a lot of time. So there's uncertainty right now, and I think we're giving you the best assessments that we can of the potential trade-offs that we might need to make to move as quickly as we're talking about.
I would say from what I'm now hearing is if it's based upon that we haven't really reviewed these other cities yet, and I'm disappointed that there hasn't been more review by the time this came to the council, even if not exhaustive, it just doesn't seem like we're getting any description at all of what's in these other cities. I started going online and attempting to read them myself and haven't got far enough, but I'm surprised that this is coming to us and we don't seem to have a high level understanding of what these other cities have adopted. But either way, what I'm hearing is there may be additional staff resources needed. Not that there will. That's the difference. And I didn't hear that in the initial response. I heard that there would be impacts in the planning department that would set back our seismic upgrade, that there would be impacts in the utility department. Now I'm hearing there may be. So is my understanding correct that there may be impacts and not that there will be impacts?
I would give it likely. I think I rarely see a project like this where something unexpected doesn't come up that doesn't require some level of effort. So it may be that we're able to bring everything over, but it's likely that something is going to come up that's going to take some time.
Well, and there's a difference, between that 100% of no rewrite and no impact and the 70% or 80% or 90%. And none of us know what percent it's going to be, but saying that that it's likely that there will be something is different from it's likely that there is going to be significant impacts on utilities and significant impacts on planning. I haven't heard any explanation that convinces me that there necessarily will be.
Yeah. So I guess from my perspective, we don't know specifically.
Fair enough.
And appreciating that this, there's an interest and a desire to have staff have done more work before now on this. I understand that. And since the Ninth Circuit decision not to take up the case, there has been a lot of staff work trying to, engage the different departments to come together on some solutions on this issue. Not to just come back with a moratorium and say we can't do it, but to come back with a solution on how we think that we can address that. And the fact is there's just a lot of work that still needs to be done. And if this were the only thing that we were working on, then we could turn it around, pretty quickly, but it's not. And there's a lot of policy work that you've directed us to do, some of which we've talked about here, that has the same staff resources working on that as working on a whole variety of ongoing, just operational business that we do. And so our this is something that we're having to pivot, and we really don't know what the staff implications are going to be on that. Where if we need to divert our resources to address this issue, we're identifying the areas that we would think would be the likely areas where they would be impacted.
I'm good with the if, but I haven't heard anything that is compelling yet that it necessarily will be that. And I just want to make sure that we're being clear and objective on that. I'm willing to accept the unknowns and the uncertainties, but I'm not willing to accept that your uncertainty is unknown, and unknowns are actually certainties, that it will have such and such impact. That I haven't heard yet. So that's the distinction that I would want to make. I did want to go back to a couple other questions. So apparently we don't know, haven't read the EPRA list of appliances to see whether outdoor barbecues and fire pits are included or excluded from the list of appliances. We don't know that yet.
Right, that's an area that requires further research from staff.
Yeah, I mean, there are resources that can help us in this real quickly.
Yes.
I spent time listening to what I think I forwarded to staff a month ago of a webinar from the Rocky Mountain Institute with 3 prominent speakers on this subject, on the Berkeley ruling and the alternatives that had been initially identified, including this one, and they went into quite a bit of depth. And within that webinar, they talked about the different appliances, and there are experts right there who I'm confident could promptly answer those questions for us. And so I want to make sure that we're leveraging other resources that could really help streamline this, and that we're not just saying everything's so hard when it's a list of appliances. Whether outdoor barbecues and fire pits are included or not should be an easy answer. I happen to know applicants right now that are only seeking or intending to seek gas hookup because of the outdoor appliances. So it's not inconsequential. Be a whole gas hookup to a residence permanently only because of that. They're okay with electrifying the home. They just have issues on, they want gas hookup outside. If we are within our rights to prohibit that, issues resolved, and we can look at radiant heating.
Some of them are covered by EPCA.
Pardon me?
Some of them are covered by EPCA.
Okay. And so I'll look forward to us getting clarity on what's covered and what's not, because we don't have that tonight. All right. So
Councilmember Burke, can we come back to you on the next round?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. First, just a question of clarification to staff. So earlier, when you're talking about the things that you wouldn't be able to do if you were full speed ahead on this, I was trying to understand if that's the delta of what you couldn't do if we said, let's try to do it by June before the break, or is that just what you couldn't do, period? You know, because in the staff report was already some things on that list, right? That said that if we, just to do this, there were going to be various things that would get slowed down and set aside. And so was that answer, you know, just doing this work generally, those things would get set aside, or was that the delta if we rushed it to June? I just what was I hearing before?
So again, I think what we're responding to in the report that we wrote 10 days ago, or 2 weeks ago, was us trying to grapple with this unscheduled workload item. And our best guess on areas that we thought might be impacted as we pursued this. And so there's a combination of things that we're talking about. One, we're trying to estimate the workload impact to other priority projects. The community engagement piece is another piece that adds to that length of time. I'm hearing from the council, we're all hearing from the council, and hopefully we're reflecting back to the council the shared understanding of urgency to want to return as quickly as possible. There's a lot that we still need to learn and know, understanding there's information that other cities have pursued. And so we'll hitch our wagon to that as much as we can to move this forward. But we want to also not, say something that because we don't know how long it will take and not deliver.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to put you to more specifics. I was literally just trying to figure out what question you were answering. The question just generally what would have to be put aside, or the question if we accelerated it to pre-break, what would be put aside? Because I thought there was the latter that was asked, and so that's what I was trying to get at.
I think again, so we're kind of working here real time, and there's a lot of other folks that are engaged in the decision making here, but the customer service or the community engagement piece, I think, is a variable that does impact the time. If the council tells us just come back to council, I would hope that with these other considerations that we can come back sooner. But
yeah, I'm wondering, and we could even talk about this offline, but we have such a wonderful group of community advocates here that are in pretty close communication with staff and with us on council, and especially those of us on the climate committee, that I wonder if we could even help make that go faster if that seems to be an important step to maintain. I certainly would be happy to try to facilitate to expedite that step. And I think the community would be too. I suspect that some of the folks that we heard from tonight would be happy to move things along and try to hasten that. But I wanted to ask, one of the things that was mentioned earlier, but I don't know that it was mentioned when we were talking about the extra time, was this bit about, where did it go? Well, it's a bit about the cost effectiveness, that when you're going through the CEC review, that one of the things you have to prep when you submit to the CEC, I believe, is to show some cost effectiveness. I think you mentioned there were studies that we perhaps could use for that, but that seems to be a piece of work. Like, so when Councilmember Burt was asking about the other pieces of work, I don't know that came up again. And that seems to me that would be a fairly significant piece of work, but could you talk a little bit more about the cost effectiveness analysis that you would have to put together?
Yeah, so we need to demonstrate that any reach code that Palo Alto adopts needs to be cost effective to the homeowner over the lifetime of the building. And the cost effectiveness test needs to take into consideration the construction costs, as well as Palo Alto's projected rates 30 years out. There has been studies that's been done. Palo Alto is in climate zone 4, which is the same climate zone as San Jose. So San Jose, they already have completed studies. And so we can look at the studies that San Jose's done and also make sure that those studies utilize Palo Alto utility rates, because San Jose has a different utility rates than here. But for the most part, those studies, I would say, have been completed because there's a statewide reach code team that contracts with an energy consultant to do these studies, and the energy consultant has been already including Palo Alto in their studies in the last 6 years or so. So we just need to go back and look at these study results to make sure that there's no surprises in the results, and we just haven't done that.
Got it. So the piece of work there is we've got this leg up because we have these studies. We just have to kind of Palo Altoize them to prepare them to go to the CEC. So that's an additional thing that has to get done before it's ready to submit. And does that have to get done before you bring it back to us? Yes, okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, Mayor and colleagues, I'm just wondering, as a process issue, there's obviously a complete sense of urgency of all the colleagues who have spoken. If we were to say, yes, let's go ahead with this, and in 2 weeks, have staff come back with, here's a series of things that are going to be impacted, because they'll have more time to study the unknowns and say, here's the 12 things, which one, and we have to postpone 3 of them. Which do you want us to postpone? Because in respect to all the staff, I mean, you haven't done all the research yet, and you haven't thought about all the options that might have to be cut, and it's in 3 different departments. So I'm just wondering if we could get action and have somewhat of a secondary approach to the timeline, knowing that this is basically the top priority.
And I'm just following up on that. I'm wondering, maybe City Manager, if we could include that discussion on the second round of our kind of priority, or however you want to, sorry, whatever that's called.
Yes, priority objectives.
Thank you. Priority
Overview of that.
objectives. Maybe on that second round, we could include that as a follow-up.
I think to whatever extent staff is able to get better information within the next 2 weeks, that's certainly fair. I think, I would just acknowledge and appreciate the council discussion that in effect, what we're talking about is assigning staff to start working on this, that up until this point, we have not had staff assigned to work on this. And it will take some time for staff to get up to speed on the work ahead. And so providing a couple or a few weeks of time for that to take root and get a better assessment of the trade-offs, or just in terms of the effects, the impacts it will have on other priorities, I think it's fair. I would have to say, it's clear from my seat, the impact will not be zero. There will be some impact on other priorities because of this. These are the same folks that are working on your SCAP studies and implementation programs. So unless they were sitting on their hands, there will be an impact to the work that was already committed or already identified and scheduled. So let us do a little work to provide better clarity to that as we proceed. And again, the discussions you'll have next week and the following week will be good opportunities for us to check back into the extent that we have additional information.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought the former mayor, Mayor Klein, made a great point about the gap. If the moratorium takes effect and it takes us a while to get the new one margin reach code, we could conceivably have a flurry of people who, file applications seeking to sort of catch us in this window. And we can't predict to what extent this is going to roll back our progress, but I think whatever we can do to compress this timeline between when the moratorium is on enforcement goes into effect and when we have this code in place, that monitoring the gap, monitoring what happened in this in-between period is also going to take staff time. So let's not overlook that. I feel I'm hearing consensus among colleagues that to the Councilmember Burt's point, the public has had the opportunity to talk about a problem at this level, and now we're talking about a narrower issue within the larger scope. So for me, it seems really very ethically sound that we have had significant conversation with the public about this conceptually. We're trying to respond to kind of an emergency problem that has arisen, doing our best to tailor and fashion a new solution. But I think this is one of those instances where we have to prioritize expediency. And I don't say that lightly, but in this instance, it does feel like it's an emergency situation. And so I will be prepared to support some kind of effort, so an acknowledgement that the community outreach process has effectively already happened, is encompassed by the prior outreach efforts. I know that takes a lot of staff time and a lot of legwork and heart, And so I'm hoping that we can move in that direction.
Thank you. And kind of following up on that, I wonder, is there a way, instead of placing the moratorium, to be able to just amend our current code to do what I interpreted what California does, which is what allows for a theoretical alternative, as long as the applicant can show the alternative is just as energy efficient? It seemed it through the staff report, that's what California allows for. Can we do something similar?
So I'm not technical on that second part. What's the California standard that you're familiar with? And then Ms.
It's in
Tam
the
could.
staff report, so I could try to pull it up.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the existing underlying California code, which we would fall back to immediately. So we don't need to separately do that.
Okay, so there would already be that sort of, that theoretical alternative, need to be able to show that it's as energy efficient?
Unless you're describing the one margin program, which I'm
I
not,
don't think so,
based on the
but-
words you're using, I'm not sure what you're thinking of.
Okay.
The base California code or the one margin. The one margin, we would like to have it immediately, but as you're hearing,
Yes.
there are things to do.
Seems like we have, yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. George Hoyt, Chief Building Official for the City of Palo Alto. I'd like to address that question. In the event of the moratorium, we will revert back to the standard energy compliance code as adopted for the 2022 regulations, which would show the standard efficiency that is established by the state, as well as the electrification readiness of residential and multifamily projects.
Great, thank you. And then I think this next question will be for the city attorney as well. Have courts adjudicated yet whether the California Energy Code, that, again, what I interpreted the staff report to say, essentially requires heat pump water heating in most buildings, have they adjudicated whether that's legal under federal law, or has that issue not come up yet?
I am not aware of a challenge to that program.
So actually, I think that was, I think the staff report really should be reading that it doesn't mandate it. It sets heat pump water heating and heat pump space heating as a prescriptive requirement. However, you can still meet the building energy code by not having a gas water heater in place, but you need to demonstrate additional efficiency elsewhere in the home, like better insulation or better lighting equipment. So there's a trade-off, but heat pump equipment is currently the baseline prescriptive equipment, but that doesn't mean that they can't put in gas-based heating or gas water heating.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, just to chime in on that. So the energy code has two paths for compliance. A prescriptive path that identifies if you do this, then you comply. And then a prescriptive or a performance path, which 99% of all projects utilize the prescriptive or the performance path compared to the prescriptive. But this prescriptive sets the baseline for the performance.
Okay, thank you. It's complicated stuff. All right, let's go, Councilmember Koo.
Mr. Hoyt, so does that mean that each property, I'm sorry, I should have asked you, okay, thank you. So it means that each project, home, commercial building, they have a baseline based on their square footage?
There's a whole complicated formula, and each project has to invest in an energy rater that does this energy evaluation report that is provided to us. It's a state report, and the energy compliance form demonstrates compliance. And what we're going to be looking at doing in the one margin is setting adjusted increased values in that energy compliance portion for different types of projects.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot
It's complicated, but
yeah, I can see how people need to kind of applicants ends up spending a lot of time trying to determine how to comply.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they definitely can. And as we change the codes back and forth, it makes it more complicated for them. Because we try to keep on which ones we're complying with.
Oh, thank you for all the work that you all do.
You're welcome.
I wanted to ask City Attorney, so in the staff report, it also says the circuit, so that would be the Ninth Circuit, noted that there is no doubt Berkeley's ban, if adopted by states and localities throughout the country, would significantly burden the sale of covered products on a national basis. So those are the appliances, and be it indoor or outdoor, be it if it's water heater or heat pump, furnace, or so I guess coming back, we would want to know what the appliances are as well, right?
So we cited that in the staff report because that was one of the rationales that the Ninth Circuit used to support its conclusion that Berkeley's ban on gas piping was preempted by this federal statute that governs energy efficiency of covered appliances. So I think we don't, conceptually, the principle is we cannot ban gas piping to covered appliances. And so there's been some interest on council of knowing what those are. I think we can do some work in that area. I would say that the list is, I think, changing all the time as the agency adjusts it. And I don't think council's going to need to regulate at that level.
Okay.
I think it's as simple as you're either covered by EPCA or you're not. And I think what Councilmember Burt has been focusing on, which is a good question, is if it were the case that all outdoor appliances were not covered, then that might be an area where you could still have a regulation banning gas piping to that physical area of the development. But I suspect what we're going to find is that there are some covered appliances in that usable and desired in that space, and then others that are probably not covered. So then it's a question of, is it physically and feasible and practical, and is it worth the complexity to try to carve out that area where we still would have the ability to regulate locally? And we need to do some more research to give you informed information on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's move on to a third round, and if we feel free to make motions as well. All right, Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. With a second, we can still have discussion. I would like to move adoption. So sort of point 1 and 2 here, but the wording has to change to adopt a resolution suspending enforcement and so on. And the second one has to be returned to council with amendments to the California Energy Code and one margin. And the third one would be return to council in 2 weeks with resource analysis where existing projects may need to be delayed.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I already did. Would welcome any wordsmithing necessary. The issue is to try to prioritize staff time, just to, identify that. And it could be prioritization of 12 things that they bring back to us. That's what I mean by that. Thank you.
Councilmember Vicker?
Yeah, I just think this is something we need to do. I think there's general consensus we need to do it. I think there'll be tweaking as we go. I think we'll have opportunity to do that. And so I support this motion.
Councilmember Burt.
Just one final question that I had. The staff report mentioned an option that I think Councilmember Koo had alluded to, which is the ability to regulate nitrogen oxides like the air district has. And The city attorney alluded to the one margin as being the most likely to conform with the Ninth Circuit decision. Can we have a little more explanation on, do we have a sense on what basis regulating NOxes would be prohibited under that ruling?
So we have a sister agency that governs our area that's regulating in that area. So I think that's something I should advise you on confidentially. I think that's an area where it still remains to be seen whether there may be challenges to that and what those challenges would be based on and what the strength of the defenses would be.
Okay. I'll just say that, in the staff report, it essentially ruled out that option, but we haven't had that kind of briefing, and it's very important for us to understand that. Thank you.
It's resource analysis. No, it's all number 3. There you go.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing no lights, then, if the clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. It's good discussion. So next, I think we're just going to rearrange our agenda slightly to cover item 16 first, because my understanding is that item is time sensitive. So we'll move to item 16, which is discussion on the 2024 boards and commission recruitment. And does staff have any presentation?
Yes, yes, we do. Mahealani Ayun, City Clerk. Tonight we'll be discussing the 2024 Boards and Commission recruitment, and I will be handing it over to Vin Nguyen, Assistant City Clerk, to lead the presentation.
Thank you, Mahia. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We have before you today a discussion on the Boards and Commissions recruitment. Some quick background information to provide some context on this recruitment. In 2021, City Council passed an ordinance and resolution to establish term limits and consolidate all appointments to April of each year. Before that, recruitments were spread out throughout the year into 3 main recruitment periods in the spring, fall, and winter. In 2023, pursuant to council direction, the clerk's office conducted the first consolidated recruitment for 16 vacancies and received a record 56 applications. The 2024 recruitment period is currently ongoing. It started in January and will close on March 17, 2024. These are the open seats up for appointment this year. The main takeaway here is that we have 18 vacancies, which is 2 more than last year. As of this morning, we have received 12 applications, but historically, we usually receive the bulk of our applications in the last 2 weeks. So we do expect that number to go up exponentially over the next month. Tonight, we are asking council to provide direction on how staff should proceed with the interview process this year. To get the ball rolling on the discussion, we have come up with some options for you to consider. And of course, council is welcome to modify or come up with something completely different. The first option we have here is to allow each council member a number of votes to select your preferred candidates to interview. This is what council opted to do last year. And I believe the formula that you used last year to determine the number of votes each council member gets is the number of vacancy plus 50%. So if a commission has 4 vacancies, then each council member gets 6 votes. If council opts to do this again this year, it would be helpful if you can specify the threshold for applicants to be selected for interviews, whether it's 1 vote or more. Another option is to allow applicants to record their initial interview on the city's HireVue platform or another platform of the council's choosing. HireVue is the platform that the city currently uses for a lot of our initial first round screening in the recruitment process. The way this would work is council will select the interview questions and applicants can go online and record themselves responding to your interview questions on this platform. The videos will be made public to council and members of the public. And from there, you could either select candidates to come in for a final interview, or you could make appointments based on the recorded interviews online. Another potential option is for council to appoint an ad hoc committee to conduct the interviews with recommendations being made to the full council for appointment. Those interviews will be recorded and made available to the council and the public. Our final option here is to interview all candidates, which is what council had historically done in the past before recruitment was consolidated. This would certainly be the most time-consuming and will require us to schedule a series of special meetings in order to accommodate the expected number of applicants. Finally, as council is discussing the recruitment process, another related topic to keep in the back of your mind is the timing of the commission chair and vice chair elections, as well as the work plan. The commission handbook specifies that commissions will elect the chair at the beginning of the year and that the work plan should go to council for approval by the second quarter of the calendar year. The work plan, the handbook was written a few years before recruitment was consolidated, and some commissions have had challenges with the timing of those aforementioned events. For example, with the chair election, some commissions have had difficulties with electing a chair without knowing whether the candidate for chair will be reappointed to their seat. I believe the city manager's office will be bringing a recommendation to council on a later meeting, so we're not expecting direction on that tonight, but just wanted to flag that as something to keep in mind as you think about the process and timing of boards and commissions recruitment. And with that, we'd like to bring the discussion back to council, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, we'll go to public comment first.
No hands are raised and there are no requests to speak.
Thank you. Bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So I just wanted us to look back at last year's review period, which was, I think, the first year that we did this consolidated, and it was a real scramble. It was very difficult getting the number of meetings scheduled in a tight time frame. And as I recollect, it was really pretty problematic. I appreciate that having it standardized and grouping them was a good move, but I'm not sure doing it a single time each year was the right decision, from going from not having structure and maybe 3 times a year. My sense is that we should do it twice a year. Now, we can't do that right now because this is an ordinance and we'd need to change the ordinance to go to what maybe is, I'm interested in hearing from colleagues on whether we think that would be a better approach going forward. But I just wanted to hear from colleagues what they think about whether we should consider breaking this into 2 periods each year, one in the spring and one in the fall.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, I think we did have to, I like the word scramble because that's what we had to do. And I think that in scrambling, we actually came up with something that worked. So, which is item number 1. So obviously, if we go through this and there's only 2 applicants or 3 applicants for 1 seat, then we could interview everybody. But the second round, or the second tier would be something like that number one. I wasn't on council when you made that shift. I kind of felt that you'd end up with that scramble. And it was really hard and for council, but I was always concerned about that we weren't giving enough respect to the applicants because we were rushing through and skipping some of them. So in future, I think looking at that of some sort of split up, 2/3, 1/3, I think could make some sense. So I'd be okay with the one item number one, which we did last time. I don't think 2 and 3 work at all. And we almost defaulted to number 4 bullet point because it took us so long to get through all of the applicants and so many meetings to Councilmember Burt's point of view. And I do want to make a comment on the chair and vice chair. I don't think it's consistent now. I think it's being managed by each commission. So some of them are doing it on what I would call not the fiscal year, but the election year. For example, I know, for example, in planning and transportation that they do it now in March after which makes sense because that's, and so we should standardize that probably in the procedure handbook and or we can just standardize it here and now for this year. So of the options, which I appreciate you giving us a number of options, I'd probably opt for 1 and definitely not 2 and 3. And if we have to, 4 becomes a default.
No.
The bullet point, sorry, on staff report, page 3.
See no other lights, I'll jump in. I agree with both Councilmember Burt and Vice Mayor Lowing. Agree with Councilmember Burt. Yeah, I think we should have multiple recruitment periods during the year. This is overwhelming. It doesn't give each applicant the amount of attention that they deserve, and it's just difficult to be able to manage that. And then as far as what's in front of us tonight, I think what we did last time with each council member receiving a limited number of votes for who is interviewed makes the most sense to me. I also agree. I think the second bullet point of having the applicants record their interviews, I think that just adds more work for everybody, not less. The ad hoc committee, I'm not comfortable with that. And I've never been a big fan of interviewing all candidates. I do think applicants submit a written application for a reason, and it's our duty to be able to vet those applications and make recommendations on who moves forward with interviews. You don't see that anywhere else, where every single person who applies gets an interview, and we need to really be judicial with our time and also respect the applicant's time as well. I mean, not every applicant, and we know not everyone is that we'd be serious offering them a commission appointment. And so if I was an applicant and I was not a serious applicant, I wouldn't want to waste my time with an interview as well. So I just think it's a better process, and given how much work we have on our agenda and how so many of us are serving on various regional boards and committees, then finding nights that we are not having our regular meetings to agendize is just incredibly difficult for us to be able to do. So I think each council member having a limited number of votes, I can't remember the clerk's office, what was the threshold last time?
I don't think there was a threshold last time. I think anyone who got at least 1 vote was brought in for an interview, but we can double check on that.
For me, it would make sense to at least increase that to 2 at a minimum. I think that shows that a candidate is viable if they have interest from more than more than one council member. So I'd support something like that. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for staff, actually. It is my impression that the HRC is putting together or thinking of putting together some kind of training or workshopping for board and commission members around implicit bias or diversity appreciation. I'm not quite sure, but my question is, if there's some onboarding of board and commission members that might turn out to be regular, is there some onboarding? is this HRC process happening? I would hate to have some people onboarded in the fall and some people in the spring if there's some benefit of everybody being on board at the same time.
Well, I think it's fair to say that's a work in progress. So if you were to say, want to defer this until that is complete, that may put some pressure, maybe undue pressure onto what's the discussions they're having at HRC.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
But to your point, there is onboarding that we do as a regular course, but it's pretty plain vanilla stuff, you know, Brown Act and the like.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. I'm pretty much in alignment with the sentiment that's being developed here. I think the process last time was good of us having a limited number of votes to select candidates to interview. And, you know, if there's not more than X plus 50%, we don't end up having to do selections on that. We just interview everybody. My question is, with respect to, do we know right now if there are boards that are having issues with quorum? Are there ones that we should advance in the process?
We're not aware of any boards having quorum issues right now, but some boards do have a lot of members who their seats are expiring. So if there is no appointment soon, the municipal code does allow the board members who are expiring to continue serving until a new member is reappointed, but some of them may not be interested in serving past their term.
Okay. I was just wondering, you know, how we would split up the interviews. I think that, didn't we last time do like one group and then a second group? And anyway, okay, I'm indifferent as to how we do that, but I think that would make sense again as well.
Would love to take a motion as well. Okay, Councilmember Vinker, go ahead.
I'm going to move that we adopt a process for selecting board and commission members where each council member gets a limited number of votes to select their preferred candidates to interview, that vote being 50% more than the number of openings, and that we then interview those who get at least 2 votes. I think that's the motion. Then the number of openings. So for example, if there's 4 openings on a board, we could do 6. I believe that's how we did it last time. Is that right? Or did we base it? Seems like there were more than that.
Oh,
I'm going to, actually, was it based on the number, sorry, of applicants?
so you're saying that the total number of applicants would only, or applicants interviewed would only be 50% more than the openings?
I was trying to make it like last time, and that's what I'd heard, but now thinking back, I think we did more than that.
It was one vote. If somebody got
Yeah, I think it was, all right, so let me rephrase if I may. I'm going to withdraw that motion, because I don't think that's what we did last time. I think it was anyone who got at least 1 vote. And now what we're saying is anyone that gets at least 2 votes. I'm going to put that out there for discussion. So I'm going to move that anyone who gets at least 2 votes should be interviewed.
I'll second that. Should I just speak to your motion?
I think I have. Thank you.
Great. And yep, I already spoke to my second. Councilmember Koo?
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to add as, if there's not that many applicants, to add bullet point number 4, which is to interview all of the applicants?
Sure, but I'd like to, let's see if we can put a little more definition around not that many. Maybe in that instance, if there's not more than
double,
sure. W8? Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, it seems like the first requirement really would meet the second. So if there aren't many applicants, then we're going to see, in all likelihood, nearly all of them or all of them getting 2 votes to be interviewed, just by math.
So essentially what you're saying is potentially we could be interviewing.
That's right. We could interview all of them. If there's a limited pool, then, and we, say there's 4 applicants for 2 spots. The chances that each applicant is going to get two votes is pretty high. And if they don't get 2, then there was a reason for it.
Then I'll withdraw. We can try that method.
Yeah, and Madam Clerk, I think we want to delete that number of vacancies plus, so I haven't read this.
Councilmember Burt, you spoke then to the motion? I know your light was.
Yeah, just one other comment on the onboarding that was discussed earlier. And I think that's really important because I think we as a city are weak in our onboarding of boards and commissions. And it's an important matter. It's been discussed periodically over the years. One of the things, we're going through a similar discussion at VTA right now. And one of the aspects that we're looking at is the value of the board and commission leadership having a role in the onboarding and not just defer to staff on that and add additional burden on staff. And I think it rightly spreads the resources to the leadership who have been on that board or commission presumably long enough that they can mentor folks in the onboarding. And it has less burden on staff as a result too. So I don't know that we first would it be appropriate to address that tonight, and second that we need to, but I wanted to get it out there because I think it's something we need to tackle. So let me ask, what would be an appropriate occasion for us to give input on the onboarding process? Is that permitted under this agenda item, or we also have our council procedures discussion, but I don't think it can be really captured there.
Yeah. That we have an upcoming item for potential new items on the procedures and protocols handbook. I think it fits there.
Well, actually, the council adopted separately a city boards, commissions, and committees handbook. And so there's a whole set body of work embodied there as well.
That's not coming back in our council procedures and protocols, or is it within that?
It is not scheduled to come back. And so
could we refer that so that in the second discussion, we have 2 meetings coming up on procedures and protocols. Could the second meeting include that?
Actually, well, just to perhaps clarify, in your upcoming agendas, you have specific subsets of the procedures and protocols handbook that are agendized. There is not something specific to the boards and commission handbook. The handbook does cover many of the topics I think we're talking about or that would typically be covered in an onboarding. And so I think the question for the council will be what's missing. And that, quite frankly, my instinct would be to suggest that you refer that topic to either policy and services or some other body.
I was wondering that. So then what I'd like to do is offer an amendment to refer to the Policy and Services Committee to review the practices of onboarding for boards and commissions.
I'll accept that.
Me as well.
But can I speak to this? Yeah. And Thank you. And I do need to clarify my own motion. And as the clerk, I think, had attempted to help me do, and I wasn't quick enough to do it. So we do need to specify the limited number of votes and what that is. And, you know, perhaps you were right. For some reason, I was doing the math and so we could do the number of openings, or if we feel like, I mean, I just can't remember for sure if that's what we did. Have you had a chance to look back? Was that what we did last year? Was the
I believe it was the number of vacancies plus 50%. Was the
number
of
plus
votes that each
50%?
member
Okay,
got
as you had said earlier. So I'll accept that, because I think in the worst case, that's 6, right? Because in these commissions, only 2 of them have 4 openings, and so that would be 6 that you would get to select as opposed to just the 4. So yeah, let's go back to what you had in there before, please, if my seconder is good with that.
So this means that, so with the scenario of 4 openings, each council member would be able to choose 6 applicants to interview. And of all of those, any applicant that got 2 votes would be able to be interviewed.
Right, and previously, I think it was anyone who got 1. So it should already cut down a bit from last time.
I'm sorry, this is saying the number of, we would be able to vote for that number of?
To be interviewed. So in other words, when we first go through the paper packet, okay. So for example, on PTC where there's 1 opening, well, that would be tricky. But it wouldn't just be 1 person. Yeah, so for the odd numbers, like the ones with, so the PTC and stormwater management with the odd numbers, we'd have to do something. I don't remember having that problem last time.
Okay, we need to clarify whether we round up.
I think we
Yeah, I'd
should
say we round up.
round up. So maybe after the 50%, you can put comma rounding up.
Yeah, I'm fine with this as we continue to kind of figure out this practice. I still think it might be a little too many, but I'll accept. Okay, I don't see any other lights. All right, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, that brings us to possibility of item 15. Could be a pretty significant item, so kind of gauge the interest of moving forward this evening on this. This is not a time-sensitive issue, so you know, we don't have to get to it tonight. So just kind of gauge the interest of my colleagues on this one. Councilmember Tanaka?
I think we should delay.
What?
Delay.
Delay? Any other thoughts? Don't care? Happy to push? Delay, happy to push? Indifferent, delay, sleep? Okay, wonderful. Well then,
Consensus.
yeah, that was good. The city manager?
Well, Mayor and council members, given, well, it's probably not fair to say that this specifically has been delayed a number of times. I think there has though been a number of dates that this has been scheduled. At this point, we have been rolling this to precede consideration of other procedures and protocol handbooks revisions. And we can continue to do that, or if it is the council's desire to take up other items, we could use that direction.
Can you give a reminder if you have it, what other items have been pushed off?
I think it's the opening up a new discussion of any other procedures and protocols revisions.
Just our
that the
annual
council's
discussion on that.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to be a
Correct.
little more, add a little more specificity. Oh, I think it's Deputy City Manager Chantal Cotton Gaines.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm remote today. I was just going to add, this is the last referral from the items that the city council sent to policy and services last year. So I think that's what Mr. Shikata is alluding to is we had hoped to finish this out if that's the interest of the council before opening up that broader discussion. It has gone to policy and services already for the solicited ideas from the full council about what you're interested in changing in the annual discussion of the handbook, but we haven't brought that item to council yet. Right now, we're planning for April upon conclusion of this last referral. And Ms. Stump, I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
I think there's one other item that's still in PNS, which is the potential policy on allocating to individual council members a certain amount of council contingency funds. So we're still going back to PNS for more detail on that one. And then that will complete last year's effort.
Is there any reason we can't just group this with the next time we bring up then the annual discussion and just dispatch it as the first part and then move on to the annual discussion?
Well, we could certainly schedule it on the same night. I suppose it will be up to the council in terms of your thoughts on how long this particular item you'll need. And it's on your agenda tonight. So if you want to discuss how long you think it'll take to work through, that would be helpful. Councilmember Koo.
So I wanted to ask, so the item that is at policy and services right now, is it a two-parter? Because it's also going to a ad hoc committee on the compensation part, correct? Deputy Manager Gaines?
That's a separate item. So and there is an ad hoc committee on the council's idea of the directly elected mayor. There is a potential citizen advisory committee on a charter amendment on council compensation, which is coming back to council with a recommendation from committee.
That's right.
And then there's a third somewhat related item on allocating a certain amount of council contingency funds to individual council members for their use.
And that's still at policy and services?
Yes.
That's returning?
Yes, it's returning at the next policy and services meeting. And then the anticipation is fairly likely the committee would then send a recommendation on to council.
One option we can do is we can start the item and agree that if 11 o'clock comes, we haven't finished it, we'll continue it at that point. Yes? Yeah.
Did you take another vote when we weren't looking?
Just throwing out different options.
I thought there were at least six passes there.
Okay. If we don't have.
Just, Mayor, having been through it on PNS, it took us, Councilmember Vinker, how long did it take us on PNS, or Councilmember Tanaka? It took us.
It took us a long time.
A long
I suggest that we do this when we bundle up with everything else, and it'd be better than we try to do it tonight. It's already 10 o'clock.
Well, it took us a long time because I'm a litigator, but now I've been through it once and I'm done. So I've already said my piece.
Yeah, but there are pages of the of changes in the handbook too, so that's the concern.
Yeah, but it all fits together. Well, I'm beginning to discuss it, so I won't, but I don't think it's that long of a.
So if council wants to start on the item tonight, there's no slide deck. What I would do is walk you through the 4 pages of new text that Policy and Services reviewed and is recommending that you adopt with one dissenting vote. And I would walk you through it at a high level. And I think then policy and services members might have some comments to make if we get that far.
I'm not hearing the interest. So why don't we continue to, is it a date uncertain, or would we then just include it with the next time the procedures and protocols comes back in April?
Well, let's see, we could do either. What we would typically do is look for the next available time, and I would assume perhaps a 60 to 90-minute time required for this item.
May I ask staff a question? We're only doing the censor one, right? Yeah. I mean, all the other ones we've already done.
Yep. Yeah, that would be great. Why don't somebody try a motion? We'll see if it and we'll see what happens with the procedure here. So Councilmember Vinker.
So I would move the Policy and Services Committee recommendation for the Policy and Procedures Handbook revisions to the section relating to censure as set forth in the staff report.
Second.
Speak to my motion?
Yes.
Is that what you were wanting me to do?
The motion is to discuss it now.
Oh, I just moved the whole thing.
Oh.
I didn't know what you were, I didn't know what you were.
doing a motion to hear the item right now.
Councilmember Vinker makes an important point with her motion, which is it is not always necessary to have a discussion. If you've reviewed the item and you're hearing it back from a committee that heard it twice and spent hours on it, you may just make a motion to adopt it and find that sufficient. And that's a perfectly legitimate choice.
Okay. And we could do public comment after the.
You have to take public comment before you vote.
Before the vote. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and speak to your motion and see if we can dispatch this quickly then.
Okay, so we did spend quite a bit of time in policy and services talking about the idea of censure, and staff had put together a wonderful draft for us and also provided to us some chart and some information on what other cities and surrounding areas did with respect to their censure. And we all agreed that this is something that should be used rarely and with great discretion and only in times and not for political advantage. But we wanted to have some recourse if we thought there was inappropriate behavior on behalf of one of us up here in the dais. And so we looked at quite a few varieties of reactions that we could have as a body. And I think there were 4 in the original draft. Some cities only had a couple. We ended up with 3. We ended up with admonishing as 1, reprimanding and directing to correct an action as a 2nd, and a formal censure as a 3rd. And those are sort of ascending levels. And the admonishment is something where there's not even fact-finding. Perhaps it's something we all witness together, something that happens here in this room from the dais. Maybe a council member uses a racial slur or something, and we want to, we don't feel there's a need to investigate it. The reprimand is a degree up from that. Like, let's say the council member is representing the city on a board, but repeatedly does not attend, or something that we want to say, that's not okay, and here's a direction to correct your behavior. And then censure is the more serious one. So there we could do certain things like perhaps we can't take away anyone's ability to vote. We've all been elected. We're sitting up here. We're entitled to do that. But perhaps, use of discretionary travel funds or other things we could do. So there were kind of this ascending level of options. But the safeguard on that is to make that happen, you would initiate it with a colleague's memo. So it's going to take a couple people to sit down, be thoughtful, agendize it, get it here in a way that is not, rushed or flippant or not thoughtful. So when that happens, then there is always going to be an opportunity to respond for the person who is the subject of the admonishment, reprimand, or proposed censure. And the different ways, the different due process ways that that happens is why there's 4 pages of text. So I'm not walking you through it, but I just wanted to explain that that's what we spend a lot of time in P&S on, was making sure that any of us who find ourselves in that unfortunate situation have an opportunity to respond, and that it's done in a thoughtful and thorough way. So that is what P&S went through, and that is what's laid out in the staff report.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Yes, I just want to thank PNS for doing so much work on this. It seems very thorough. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to trust the colleagues who have gone deep on this and not second guess it and not try to nitpick it. So that's why I'm supporting the motion.
Councilmember Koo.
So I just want to thank staff as well as last year's Policy and Services Committee for going through this. This is not an easy thing to do. I mean, it's quite lengthy and it was very thoughtful. And as Councilmember Vinker said, you know, this should be really used rarely and with discretion. I know some cities have just gone crazy with their censorship of anything and everything. That's wrong. And so I truly appreciate your fully vetting, you know, this policy out, I mean, this procedure out, and actually putting in all the levers in order to be sure that we're doing it in a mindful way. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so, you know, the two of us here on this end of the dais are very unlikely to be subject to this per se, because we're rolling off. We're rolling off soon. So, but for the rest of you, and to Councilmember Cruz's point, I have seen censure used in other cities as a weapon, as a way to attack each other. I do think we had a good discussion on policy and services. So, but there's a lot of nuance to this, and it took hours, right? And I think it would behoove everyone here. We may pass the same thing, but I think it would behoove everyone here to have a clear mind when we discuss this and look at it. There's a lot of nuance here, and you only have to look at some other cities. And some of you guys know what I'm talking about. You just have to look at some other cities and all the battles and waste of time that happens. And so anyways, I just want to encourage you guys to do that. If you guys are set to pass it, go for it. To be honest, it's not going to affect me that much, I think. But I think it's going to impact the rest of you guys. So I would suggest that looking at this a little bit more closely, because you see horror stories from other cities, and I don't want that here. And I don't want that for you guys. I want you guys to be efficient. I want you guys to focus on your work and not attacking each other. So, but anyways, that's my 2 cents.
All right. Seeing no other lights, if we can go to a public comment.
No hands are raised and there are no requests to speak.
Back to the dais. Still seeing no lights. Let's call the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. With that, we are adjourned. Have a great evening.